Okay, we'll call this meeting to order. Roll call, please, Fernando.
Councilmember Rivas. Councilmember Green.
Present.
Councilmember Beltran.
Present.
Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Present.
Mayor Meister.
Present. Oral communication, this is the opportunity to address the city council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes. Does anyone have any comments? Not seeing any. Go ahead, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, we have 5 items on the closed session agenda. The first item is Government Code Section 54956.95, a liability claim. Claimant is Alma D. Mejia, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item number 2, Government Code Section 54956.95, another liability claim. Claimant is Javier Padilla, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item number 3, Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Alfaro Perla Padilla against the City of Porterville et al., Tulare County Superior Case Court, number PCU 336691. Item number 4 is Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Eva Torres versus Henry Dignam, and Tulare County Superior Court case, PCU 327880. And the final item on the agenda is Government Code Section 54956.9D2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiff.
Okay, with that, we'll go into closed session and reconvene at 6:30. Okay, we will reconvene to open session and report on any reportable action taken in closed session. City
Yes.
Attorney.
Yes, the council voted 5-0 to reject the claim from item 1 of Alma Mejia, and council voted 5-0 to reject the claim in item 2 for Javier Padilla, and that's the end of reportable action.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd ask you all to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Rivas, and then please remain standing for anyone in the crowd that'd like to give an invocation. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. Please be seated. Oh, do we have someone? Yeah.
Heavenly Father, we come before you tonight for your peace and your guidance over the city council meeting. Lord, I pray that everyone gathered here will treat one another with respect, even when we disagree. Help us listen with open hearts, speak with kindness, and remember that every person here cares about the future of our community. Father, this past week has reminded us how easily hatred, discrimination, and division can take hold. I pray that those have no place in this room tonight. Instead, let it be a place of grace, understanding, and mutual respect. Guide every discussion and every decision made this evening. May the meeting be productive, thoughtful, and always focused on serving the people of Porterville. Help us remember, while we may not always agree, we are neighbors first, and our community is strongest when we treat one another with dignity, compassion, and respect. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Hi, everybody. Just want to go ahead and pray. So, Lord, I thank you for this time, Lord. Most importantly, we ask for your presence, Lord. That your Holy Spirit will fill this place, Lord, with you, Jesus. You touch everybody's heart here, Lord, with your power of the Holy Spirit, Lord. And we ask you, Lord, that we do all things from your love and your perspective, in your ways and your thoughts, Lord. So we ask you to come and be here with us tonight. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else. Please be seated. Okay, we'll move into council comments. Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments?
Just want to acknowledge how hot it is out there for all the outdoor workers, city staff, employees that are working out there. Just thank you for doing that tough job. Reminder to please check on the vulnerable, the elderly. Just make sure their air conditioners are working, check in on them, make sure they're doing well. And then this next week, school will be starting back up in our area. So just pray for the teachers, administrators, the students, support staff. And just be safe out there coming and going. There's going to be a lot of kids out there in the next week. So just be mindful of that and just hope they have a great and safe year.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Green, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I just want to say howdy to the boys. Tough break, guys, but you know what? You represented Porterville, and you were great sportsmen. Thumbs up to you guys.
Well, we have them for a presentation tonight, Mr. Green, so
Yes, we do.
we'll have our opportunity to talk. Councilman Rivas?
Yeah, I just want to say, hey, congratulations, guys, making it to the state finals. I was really rooting for you. I wasn't there when you guys left. I had another ribbon cutting that needed to come, but I came over here as fast as I can, and I was lucky I didn't get a ticket. So with that, it would have been kind of funny, a council member getting a ticket on the road. But I just want to acknowledge that Porterville United donated to your guys' travel. They $200 and something, and Classic Image community vehicles, car clubs, donated also $300 along with. and a few others donated a substantial amount of money into your travel. So with that, and also I just want to acknowledge that real quick, I'm not going to take too much time. The Old Illusions Car Club had a back-to-school night at Poplar, where they were giving out food and back-to-school night for the kiddos over there for Pleasant View School. And we attended, and they gave out an enormous amount of backpacks, pins, and so on and so forth. So it was a good day for the community. So with that, I have more, but with that, I just want to say, man, you guys made me proud. You guys out there, I was rooting for you. I just, better luck next time, you know. And I know you'll be up there again. So I want to thank your coaches. They did an excellent job. Mr. Coons and a few others at this point. But I'm going to turn it over and keep my mouth shut. So with that.
Thank you, Councilman Rivas. Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Well, I was going to save my comments, but congratulations, young man. Great job. You guys, it's an exciting time. You made it a long ways, and you gained a ton of experience, I'm sure, and I'm excited to see what you guys do next, so congratulations. I also wanted to do a shout-out for the Neptunites, who won their regionals, CBRSL, and that's amazing. My kids were Neptunites. It brought back a lot of memories, but to get #1 team out of 21 teams and get the regional, there's a lot of talent here, and our young people, and we just want to lift you guys up and continue to encourage you to work hard and do your best, because everybody in the city is rooting for you, and we're all proud of you. I want to also say I was able to go to the Porterville Rescue Mission last Saturday for their graduation, the new rescue mission, and they graduated it was their biggest graduating class, I think, that they ever had. And so the great things that the Porterville Rescue Mission is doing for our city is really showing results. I spent a few hours over there speaking with them and encouraging them also, because they are helping the people that are having issues with homelessness and people that are having issues with sobriety, and they're really doing an excellent job. And I always want to lift them up, especially when we see that they're increasing their output, and they're getting so many people over to sobriety and on a good track, and it's really good for our community. I had great conversations with Mr. Fred Beltran, who was officiating that, and really just want to lift them up and continue to lift them up, because they do such good work in our community. And also, I wanted to say something. There's a press release out there. Congratulations to a couple of our new directors. Clayton Dignam has been with us for 19 years, is now the new Planning and Engineering Director. Thank you very much, Clayton. Congratulations on that new title. And I didn't know this until I read the press release, but he was our first code enforcement guy. Congratulations. Really proud of you. It's well-deserved, and you've worked your way through the system, and you spent 19 years with us. It's just a tremendous congratulations from me and others around the community that do so much. And there's also congratulations for another director, Miss Tricia Whiteley. Congratulations. Finance Director, it's very well-deserved. Thank you very much for all of your hard work, 13 years with the city. Congratulations on your new position and all the things that you've done to get to where you are. We're all very proud of you. Thank you very much. Congratulations. That's all I have, Mayor.
Oh, beautiful. And we always want to highlight the hardworking, dedicated employees of the city of Porterville, and we got some outstanding folks. We'll talk about the baseball guys, and then we'll get the swimmers and Neptunites in as well in a future meeting. I've been in communication with the coach, so looking forward to that. Monday, I was on the agenda for the Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors meeting. Really a great meeting. Amazing to see what Chamber of Commerce is doing in our community. Part of my agenda briefing was to talk about the positive news that we have here in Porterville and working with the Chamber of Commerce. One of that is of the Christmas parade. We are going to continue to collaborate this year going forward on the Christmas parade, so it's exciting to keep that tradition and the heritage of Porterville alive and not letting it die. We also talked about an insurance claim during the what I would call the Irish Festival, but the Spring Festival, there was some spray paint that went on downtown Main Street after we just paved it, and so there was some damage occurred. It took city crews to go in and clean that up. The council decided to rescind that claim and trying to be good partners with Chamber of Commerce. And then we also are partnering with Chamber of Commerce on Porterville leadership. So your fire chief, your police chief, city attorney, city manager will be working with Chamber of Commerce in the Porterville leadership group to try to build up Porterville going in the future. So really excited about that. Something that I wanted to bring some awareness to, I thought it was really great conversation, and that is on fraud, bank fraud. I've had multiple senior citizens in our community fall under attack from fraudsters, and so Chamber of Commerce is wanting to do some kind of awareness on this, and I thought it'd be great to get our chief of police involved, and then if we could get some kind of presentation back at a city council meeting, working in collaboration with Chamber of Commerce, some of the fraud that they're seeing, and just bring awareness to our community, really wanting to educate the senior citizen class on this, because that's who ultimately gets preyed on the worst, in my opinion. So I really loved that conversation with Chamber of Commerce. It's interesting to see there was plans for, and the council went forward with the farmers market, and through the Redo It Committee and Chamber of Commerce, we're working with the farmers market. They've decided to pull back for now. So we will not be seeing a farmer's market anytime soon, unfortunately, but was really looking forward to that. I know they're working on bringing a dog parade for downtown, so we'll see what that entails in the future. And then they will be changing, this is kind of cool news, I thought, because I love the heritage, the history of Porterville. The Spring Festival will be changed back to the Irish Festival. So I was kind of excited to hear that, and I wanted to talk about it with you all, just restoring that heritage of Porterville. So with that, we will move on to presentations. We have Employee of the Month, Ruben.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor.
It's Rodriguez. I didn't want to butcher your name, but that's...
And we'll invite him up here in just a minute, because one of the things that, as staff, and I apologize, we're definitely gonna highlight you and get some pictures. You have done an outstanding job. But we want to also, part of our commitment to council and the community is just to expand on what each of our departments are doing on a yearly basis as well as recognizing that department's Employee of the Month. And so this month, we've asked Director Alvarez to provide a presentation on the Public Works Department. As many of the community and the council know, this is our busy time for the Streets Division, so he'll touch on that. But I'll turn the time over to Robert. He'll give a presentation, and then we'll transition into the Employee of the Month.
Well, I apologize about that.
Oh, that's okay.
Continue, sir.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Tonight we have a presentation on the city's Public Works Division. I will briefly touch on water, wastewater, and the laboratory. The main focus of this presentation will be on the Street Overlay Program, which is currently in full swing. Our goal is to provide an overview of the program and explain how it helps extend the service life of our streets and delay the need for more costly reconstruction. Let's get started with the Water Division. Next slide. The Water Division has 20 employees who oversee the city's Class 5 water system. The water system is composed of 31 active wells with 9 pump stations and 11.3 million gallons of water storage. It manages over 17,750 water service connections and is responsible for groundwater recharge to surface water shares and surface water purchases. The division also oversees the sewer and storm drain division. Next slide, please. The wastewater division has 8 employees who maintain and operate the city's Class 4 wastewater and tertiary treatment systems. The facility currently treats 4.8 million gallons of wastewater per day. It is responsible for the disposal of over 1.72 billion gallons of wastewater and 1,400 biosolids annually. The tertiary facility produces approximately 41 million gallons of recycled water to irrigate the sports complex and casino. It also provides recycled water for the casino's dual plumb system. Next slide, please. The laboratory division has 2 employees responsible for ensuring compliance with state and regional regulations for water and wastewater analysis. They perform over 18,000 water and wastewater tests annually and oversee the industrial pretreatment program, which monitors and controls discharge from local industries, thereby protecting the integrity and performance of the wastewater treatment facility. What is the difference between street overlay maintenance and total street reconstruction? The primary differences are the depth of work, the cost, and the time required to complete it. A street overlay focuses on replacing and preserving the roadway surface, while full reconstruction involves rebuilding the road from the ground up. Next slide. No, I'm sorry, go back one. For street overlay maintenance, overlay work is performed by city staff. A new 1.5 to 2 inch layer of asphalt is placed over the existing road surface. The treatment is best suited for roads with a sound base and addresses surface cracks, minor ruts, and general wear. It costs much less than full reconstruction and typically takes only a few days to complete. When performed at the right time, an overlay can extend the service life of a roadway by approximately 7 to 10 years. For total street reconstruction, full reconstruction is performed by a contractor. The existing asphalt and damaged base rock are excavated. The subgrade and base layers are rebuilt, followed by installation of a new asphalt surface. This type of work addresses deeper structural failures, poor drainage, and severe settling. Reconstruction is more expensive and can take weeks or even months to complete. However, it can provide a service life of 20 to 30 years or more. The key takeaway is that timely pavement preservation can help prevent streets from deteriorating to the point where full reconstruction is necessary. Next slide. The City of Porterville has operated a self-performed asphalt overlay program for more than 2 decades. The purpose of this program is to preserve our streets and extend their useful service life. By performing this work with city crews, the city has been able to make the most of available funding, respond to changing payment conditions, and complete more work than would otherwise be possible through traditional contracting. Before 2018, annual funding for the overlay program generally ranged from $100,000 to $600,000. As a result, the number of lanes that could be rehabilitated each year was limited. Between fiscal years 01-02 and 19-20, the city completed an average of 4.9 lane miles of overlays each year. Next slide. In November 2018, Porterville residents voted to approve Measure I, a 1-cent citywide sales tax that provided dedicated funding for transportation improvements. In the years that followed, Measure I revenues increased the funding available for pavement preservations throughout the city. This additional funding has allowed the city to make several important investments. These include increasing annual pavement preservation funding to as much as $3 million, adding 2 positions to the street division, purchasing additional paving equipment and support vehicles, expanding the amount of work that can be completed by city crews, addressing deteriorated streets before they reach a point where reconstruction is necessary, and extending the service life of existing pavement while helping to reduce long-term maintenance costs. Next slide, please. As you can see, the increase in available funding has translated directly into more lane miles being completed each year. Prior to Measure I funding, the city averaged 4.9 lane miles of overlays. Since Measure I funding, that average has increased to 22.4 lane miles per year. Next slide. During the past 6 fiscal years, the street division has completed a total of 134.6 lane miles of overlays. In fiscal year 25-26, city crews completed 31.3 lane miles, the highest annual production in the program's history. Overall, since Measure I funding became available, the Streets Division has greatly increased its annual overlay production compared to historical averages. Next slide, please. Looking ahead to the current fiscal year, the self-performed overlay program will continue this effort by focusing on streets identified through the city's pavement management process. Projects are selected based on several factors, including pavement condition, traffic volumes, maintenance history, and operational efficiency. This continued investment in preventative maintenance is critical to preserving the city's nearly 200-mile street system. It is important to note that a street mile measures the actual physical length of a road itself. A lane mile measures the total length of traffic lanes in a road. A 1 mile long road with 2 lanes equals 2 lane miles, but only 1 street mile. As stated earlier, when overlays are completed at the right time, they can extend the payment life by approximately 7 to 10 years and cost substantially less than full roadway reconstruction. Fiscal year 2026-27 budget includes $3 million for self-performed street overlay program. With this funding, city crews are anticipated to complete approximately 29.7 lane miles. Funding comes from a combination of Measure I revenues and other eligible street maintenance sources, including special gas tax, local transportation fund, and traffic safety fund. By continuing to perform this work in-house, the city can make use of its existing workforce and equipment while maximizing the number of lanes that can be improved with available funding. Next slide. This slide shows the approved list of overlay projects for fiscal year 26-27. These projects were identified through the city's pavement management process and prioritized based on the condition of the roadway and the factors we just discussed. Next slide. In closing, the self-performed street overlay program has become one of the city's most successful infrastructure preservation initiatives. The additional funding provided through Measure I has allowed the city to expand its pavement preservation efforts while maximizing the value of taxpayer dollars through the use of city crews and equipment. Maintaining the program at the fiscal year 26-27 funding level will allow the city to continue this momentum, improve roadway conditions, and help reduce the need for more costly rehabilitations in the future. I will now turn over the microphone to our field service manager, Mr. David Payne, who will recognize our street department and the August 2026 Employee of the Month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of City Council. My name is David Payne, and I serve as the Field Service Manager for the City of Porterville Public Works Department. I'm here to present Employee of the Month for August 2026. Ruben Rodriguez, you want to come on? Ruben Rodriguez began his career with the City of Porterville on September 16, 2021, as a Field Service Worker 1 in the Streets Division of the Public Works Department. He was promoted to Field Service Worker 3 on June 16, 2026. His job duties include overseeing the paint department, organizing electronic waste collection, assisting and coordinating and leading daily projects and assignments within the Streets Division, including the asphalt roadway maintenance, as well as installation and repair of street signs within city limits. He operates a variety of both light and heavy equipment used for street maintenance and repair, including a loader, 9-wheel roller, tack pot, crack sealer, and a backhoe. Ruben also assists in planning and coordination of the streets closures for special events and construction projects. Ruben enjoys the opportunity to work together as a team in reaching a common goal. He finds satisfaction in completing a paving project, knowing that he and his team have completed it to the best of their ability and for the safety of the community. Ruben has recently obtained his commercial Class B driver's license and currently maintains his work zone temporary traffic control technician certificate, as well as his signs and pavement markings level 1 certification through IMSA. Ruben is happily married to his wife, Veronica, for 6 years. Together they have 4 children, Alexa, Isabel, Pablo, and Gloria, ages 23, 20, 18, and 16. Ruben enjoys spending time with his family, taking trips to the beach, and his favorite spot, Las Vegas. In his spare time, he coaches varsity football at Porterville High School and has enjoyed coaching football for 23 years. Please join me in congratulating Ruben Rodriguez as Employee of the Month for August 2026. At this time, I'd like to ask all the Streets Department that's here present to come on up.
Well, yeah, let's bring all the guys up. That sounds great. These guys are doing all the hard work. So is Ruben going to say anything? Does he have any words? Or do you have more to present, David?
Good enough.
You got to get on the mic so it's on record, man.
Start all over, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, thank
Don't
you so much.
forget your wife. Get your wife
My wife,
first.
my support team back there, my kids, my dad. My dad's here. Just appreciate the guys that I work with every single day. We do, like I said, we do the best to our ability, keep these roads nice and clean and safe, and
Do the
you.
work of three men, right?
Yeah.
I actually had the honor to do a ride-along with you guys, and Ruben, you're the one that I went along
Yes, sir.
with, and we painted stop signs or stop ledgers in the road,
Yep.
replaced stop signs, filled potholes around town. It's never-ending task, right? Not only that, but graffiti removal.
Yes.
And we've been doing a really great job of that here in our community. I'm not seeing X4 all over the place, so I like that, right? I want to play. I don't want to live like a third world nation. We're tired of that as Portervillians. So you guys are the lead on that. You guys are doing the outstanding work on our roads. 31.7 lane miles. What was the number? 0.3. I was off. So that's amazing. Outstanding job. And you see the correlation when this council got elected. We put the money behind you guys, and you guys are delivering on the lane miles. It's a lot of hard work. 104 degrees, 105 degrees outside, and you guys are out on the hot asphalt doing the work of three men. So we greatly appreciate what you guys do for our city, and you're kicking butt. We're catching up. You heard Robert. There's roughly 200 miles in the city of Porterville. That's 400 lane miles. We got a lot of work to do to catch up because we're 20 years behind. But you guys are the lead horse. You're the ones doing the hard work, and so we want to recognize you all today. I have a challenge coin for all of you. Ruben, you're the employee of the month, and I just want to state, so we don't get FOIA requests on this, even though I did the ride-along with you, I had nothing to do with picking you for employee of the month, okay? That happened naturally. So with that, does council have any comments?
Amazing job. Thank you for everything you guys have done. Every time I go to the streets or go get myself a little ice cream at the Foster Freeze and, out there, I see you guys working, and, these lanes are looking really, really nice. I appreciate your hard work. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm not seeing our painter here today. We got that new paint rig, but did he move on, or is he still with us? He's not here. He moved on? Okay, we train them up, and then they go to other places, huh? So that's just the way it goes. But who's on the painter now? Collective? You guys are all making it happen? Yeah. Oh, it's looking good. I really love the job you guys did on Newcomb. Just outstanding. So, Vice Mayor,
I
sorry.
just want to say one more thing. I see you guys everywhere I go. I don't know how you're getting it all done. Thank you very much for all the hard work. You guys kick butt. Really appreciate you guys.
Yes.
Get a picture with them.
All right, now we can move on to the Porterville Little League 11U, our all-star team, right? So, city manager, is there anything? Okay, it's on me. Well, hey, you guys came in, and we were able to get behind you. The people of Porterville put $1,000 towards your way on your trip. Really just amazing to see that you guys are competing at this level, making it to the state championship tournament, right? So really proud of all of you and the hard work you do. You know, baseball is the greatest sport on planet Earth, right? It is America's pastime sport. And see, the thing about baseball is it's based off of individual merit to a certain point, right? You have to work hard. You have to be the best of 9. You have to bat. You have to field. You have to be the best to be on the field, right? And if you're not on the field, you have to self-reflect on yourself, not your coaches or your parents. You have to look at yourself and say, I need to work harder. I need to earn this spot. I need to hit the ball. I need to field that ball. And so this comes down to merit. America, that's what America is built on, right? And so that's why it is the greatest sport and America's pastime sport. And it's amazing that you guys made the all-star team and that you made it to the state tournament. I have a certificate for all of you, including your coaches. Now, I know I have challenge coins for you guys, but how many of you guys already got challenge coins? You got to raise your hand. Just one? Okay. All right. Well, we're still going to make sure everyone gets a challenge coin. Before I read the certificate, I want to pass it off to my colleagues. Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments?
No, great job, Mayor. You said it. I love team sports, especially in youth. It teaches you accountability, sportsmanship, accountability, and just showing up to practice. So some people are just given these skills, born with that. But for the most part, it's you're working. And don't forget to put your academics in play too there. But great job, you guys, and just proud of you.
Councilman Green.
Yeah, boys, you know, it was a tough break. That first game, man, you guys were that close, right? But you guys probably learned from that, you know. You just got to take it in stride. You went to the next one. That was a tough one, too. That was a real tough one to handle, boys. But you guys probably did it. I know you did it all in stride. Just keep it up, and we're going to see you in here next year with the state trophy championship, all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Councilman Rivas.
Yeah, you know, I am so proud of you guys. Like I said earlier, I was really rooting for you, and I still am. But you know, I remember the times when I was your age, and I wanted to be the next Johnny Bench when I was growing up. That was my focus on why I chose baseball. But unfortunately, that didn't materialize. But academics and education is what got me over the hump, because I couldn't catch with my left hand anymore because of an injury that I got, and I couldn't catch a 95-mile-an-hour fastball anymore, no matter how much pad I got. But anyway, enough of that. But I just want to say thank you for achieving your goal. Thank you for working together. No one can ever take that away from you. You should thank your coaches, your parents. It's just a great being here, just talking and just saying you guys did it, and you guys should be proud of yourselves because you guys did it individually but as a team. So with that, I commend you. Thank you very much for being up there.
Thank you, Councilman Rivas. Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Well, it sounds like glory days up here. I guess we were all ball players, right? And we just remember that we were living vicariously through you guys. That means we're watching you play and we're remembering when we were young. So really great to have you guys in here. I just want to say congratulations again and well done.
Okay, and what I have here for you guys is the challenge coin. You heard it, the streets department just got them. We only made 1,000 of them, and they're very unique. We're celebrating 250 years of American history, American greatness this year. And we're also celebrating 100 years of charter rule. That's home rule within our own city. So these are unique coins. They have our farmer statue on the front and our nation's first motto, E pluribus unum, which means out of many one out of many. And on the back side, it says Porterville Home Rule, Independence, and our city motto, In God We Trust. And we want to revitalize that in our city, because if we give God the glory he deserves, he will bless our city. So with that, I will, I grabbed just the top certificate here. It's to Coach Ryan Coons, and thank you to all the coaches that led this team to this tournament. And we can't forget about Team Mom either. I think we got to give her applause. You know, Team Mom works hard.
All of them, how many was there? There's a bunch of them, Greg.
Yes. Team Moms, I apologize.
There you go.
So, for outstanding leadership, dedication, and commitment to youth athletics as head coach of the Porterville Little League All-Star Team, guiding the team to winning the 2026 Northern California Section 7 Championship in the 11-year-old division, through exemplary mentorship, encouragement, and a commitment to excellence, your leadership has made a lasting impact on the lives of young athletes while bringing pride and distinction to the city of Porterville. The City Council commends you for your service, sportsmanship, and for inspiring success both on and off the courts by the City of Porterville on August 4th, 2026. So I have certificates for all of you. And challenge coins if you come up and join us.
signed already? He signed, yeah.
He's going places.
He's going places. We got some already. The agent got to us.
Ready, 1, 2, 3. Wanna look over here?
One in every class. He goes to every school. Congratulations, coach. That's your glory days?
All right, let's hear it for the boys.
No, we didn't have any boys. Oh, yeah, well, and Terabella a little bit. Well, out there was grass. There was grass on the infield.
Well, that is the future of Porterville, and it's so exciting to see them be successful and recognize them, having that privilege and honor to recognize them. So, okay, with that, we will move on
Oh, going home to.
to reports, city manager. Or no, that would be on me still, right? So do we, oh no, it's staff informational reports. I trust that council all had an opportunity to look at that. Are there any questions for staff?
No, but I noticed, I want to make a comment, if I may. Looking through the data, we continue to look at it takes a lot of time and effort for anybody to volunteer to be on any of the committees. So I want to say thanks to anybody here that's on a committee. When we look at the stats, I noticed that in the summer, there's kind of a hiatus. And there's also, I think, an opportunity for us to explore doing this maybe less often than monthly, maybe doing it quarterly or bi-monthly or some things so that we can, be practical with our time and make sure that the folks that are volunteering their time, we honor that time. And I think that might help us with some of those opportunities we have with the attendance. Not to say that people don't work hard to get to these meetings, but it is a lot of time out of your day when you devote your time to the volunteer and being on these committees and these meetings. So I just wanted to make that point. I don't know if my colleagues agree with me on that, but I would like to make that as a suggestion to something that we could look at. I know that at the county level, and it's different, but I think the county a few months ago, at least 2 months ago, came out and they just canceled all their committees and started over because they were having some struggles with some things. But we don't want to do that here. I think we need to have a little finer point on that and just say what can we do to make it better.
Thank you for those comments. If the council doesn't have any other comments, I'll make some. I just on the code enforcement, really love seeing this trend on the homeless encampments. We're down to 84 reported this quarter, and what I've been told is they've all been cleaned up. But it's a good trend. I mean, when we first started putting this, we were around 200 encampments every quarter, and so this is a good trend. It's trending downward, and so want to just say thank you to our police department, our Parks and Leisures department, all city staff that's involved with working with people experiencing homelessness to address this problem in our community that was abandoned for so long. So I just want to state that and say thank you. And then wanted to talk a little bit about transit. The numbers on this, we're seeing a reduction in ridership, and that's due to we're now charging fares is most likely, right? But we're seeing significant reductions in ridership and a significant increase in microtransit and dial-a-cult. And so I just wanted to put that out there. Dial-a-cult has increased, Q1 increased 152%, which is just amazing and outstanding. And I think it's just a better resource because it's directly to you. Not really any questions, but I just wanted to highlight some of the concerns with the ridership on our routes around the city. We don't want to pay for empty buses traveling around our city. So we want to have the right approach in how we run transit here in the city of Porterville. Is there any other comments before we move on? Okay, with that, we'll move on to oral communication. This is an opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time unless additional time is authorized by the council. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes.
Transparency is not a campaign slogan nor a tagline in a State of the City address. And transparency in city government is certainly not optional. It is a legal obligation and the foundation of public trust. The California Public Records Act exists for one simple reason. The public owns the records of its government. Those records do not belong to elected officials. They don't belong to department heads or the city manager. They belong to the people who paid for them. Yet more and more often, public records requests made to the city of Porterville are met with delays, incomplete responses, blanket claims that no records exist, or silence. When records that should reasonably exist suddenly don't, it raises questions. When requests require repeated follow-up just to receive a response, it erodes confidence. And when the public has to fight for information it is legally entitled to receive, transparency becomes the exception instead of the rule. No one should have to hire an attorney or file a lawsuit simply to obtain public records. Compliance with Public Records Act should be part of the city's culture, not something residents have to negotiate. If there are problems with record retention, fix them. If staff needs additional training, provide it. If departments are overwhelmed, dedicate the necessary resources, but don't leave the public wondering whether information is being withheld, overlooked, or simply ignored. Government earns trust by being open, not by making people work harder to find the truth. I urge this council to recommit itself to timely, complete, and lawful responses to public records requests. The measure of transparent government isn't what it voluntarily shares, it's how faithfully it complies when citizens ask questions. Before I conclude, I want to make one thing very clear. My comments are not directed at the city clerk or the city clerk's office. The city clerk can only produce the records that departments identify and provide. I appreciate the work of the city clerk's office does to process those requests and comply with the law. The responsibility for transparency belongs to the entire organization. Every department has a legal and ethical duty to preserve public records, conduct a diligent search, and provide complete and timely responses. And that goes with council, too. They have to do the same thing. If records are not being identified, retained, and forwarded to the clerk's office, that is an organizational issue, not a clerk's office issue. My hope is that this council and the city manager will ensure every department takes that responsibility seriously so that the public can have confidence that requests are being handled openly and in the spirit of the California Public Records Act.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Gil Aguilar, and I'm here representing Comisión Honorífica. And just here to thank the council members who were able to participate in the Cinco de Mayo festivities that we had. We had a great time, and I saw some nice cars out there. And just thank you all. And to also let you know that we too have a 100-year celebration coming up next year. So hope to see you again next Cinco de Mayo, and maybe I'll give one of the other people a ride this next year. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, members of the community. My name is Carlos Rodriguez, and I'm a long-term resident of Porterville, California, a recent graduate from UCLA, and a graduate student as well. I'm here to talk about Flock, their cameras, and the Porterville Police Chief's recent statement on Porterville's contract with Flock. For those of you who don't know, Flock cameras are now part of a national network of surveillance tools which track the daily movements of millions of people. Someone who is pro-Flock may tell you that they only have the ability to track the license plates of cars flagged by law enforcement. I'm here to tell you that Flock cameras allow private businesses and law enforcement agencies around the country to track individuals based on plates, car color, and even details based on a person's physical appearances. While there is growing support across the nation and here in Porterville to end contracts with Flock, the police chief made a statement as to how exactly Porterville Police Department uses Flock technology and why he supports it. I want to address a few of his claims. 1, while PPD may only have access to Flock data for 30 days, that data is stored within a greater network that can be accessed by agencies and entities other than PPD well past the 30-day mark. 2, Even if PPD only scans license plates, cities like Roseville, California have reported alarming rates of misreporting to police, in their case 71%. This directly means people are being pulled over with assumed suspicion because Flock misread an O for a 0 or an I for a 1, etc. Chief Rader says that Flock is invaluable to police work. We've heard this argument time and time again with law enforcement all over this country. Military-grade weaponry is required to do our jobs. We need to be able to stop and frisk anyone we deem fit to do our jobs. We need rubber stamps on no-knock warrants to do our jobs. And now, we need to install an Orwellian police surveillance state in order to solve the crime in our 5-by-5-mile city. While law enforcement may be supportive of Flock, it's important to remember that they are not the ultimate authority on what's best for our city. Our community is the most important part of the decision-making process for inviting such a tool into our city. A petition demanding the cancellation of Porterville's contract with Flock is currently at 400 signatures, and our aim is to increase education and participation in our campaign. Hopefully, at some point, City Council will address our work and seriously meet with us in order to talk about the benefits of ending the Flock contract. And hopefully, that day is sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Mary Sullivan. I'm also here to talk about Flock cameras. I wanted to address that Flock's public marketing was left unchanged and your neighborhood still owns 100% of your data when the statement was no longer true per their TOS update. The other thing I wanted to address is the fact that they had a small sample size in, give me 1 second. Vallejo PD did a randomized controlled trial and found that their ALPR misread data about 37% of the time. So that just means that when they got the data, it was incorrect about 37% of the time. And I just wanted to reiterate, so I have read the police chief comments, and I do respect the law enforcement officers at Porterville, California. However, I believe this is a situation similar to a Trojan horse, even though I do believe in the good faith of the people here and the good faith of our police officers. I don't believe that Flock is a company that acts in good faith. And also, there is record of multiple different situations where ICE agents have illegally gotten that information, which, unfortunately, as it stands right now, that their reputation is tarnished for a good reason. I'll place it that way. And that's pretty much what I wanted to reiterate. And I would also like permission. I have all of the lawsuits that Mr. Rivera's asked for. If you guys would like me to send those to you, I can send those to you tonight. So that will be it. Thank you very
ma'am.
much.
Thank
Huh?
you. I said thank you, ma'am.
No problem.
Hello, my name is Gavin Lambriana Blackwell, and I'm here to discuss my opinion on Flock. I think that us investing in Flock is a waste of money for Porterville. In the case of Christiana Elser, who was a woman in Colorado who was approached by an officer because he had evidence used by Flock that she was in a different place stealing a package. However, Christiana had evidence of her own that supported that she did not steal this package. Regardless, the officer who was present refused to listen to her, and she had to settle it in court. Now, why should we invest in Flock? Why would you buy something that works only some of the time? If you had a camera system that flagged you as an intruder, would you be investing in that? No, so why are we still continuing to use something like Flock? I think that it's redundant, and I think that the money could be allocated towards things that are better. For example, a lot of the times when I'm roaming the streets in Porterville, I might find someone who might be disabled and might need help getting to a destination. And oftentimes I have to combat the sidewalk, the roads, and other things to get them there. And if I wasn't there, this person might not have been able to get to their destination. And I feel like that is something that our money could be allocated towards better. We talk about protecting the elderly and vulnerable, and I feel like this is one of the best ways to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, it's me, Alexis. I live here in Porterville. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and City staff. Thanks for your continued efforts you put towards improving the city and listening to the people you represent. Your time and energy, to me, is appreciated. Congrats to the baseball boys. To me, it's not about winning. It's about the memories and skills that you learn along the way. So when I look at them, I know they're only preteens, but I see my son, and that's encouraging. And kudos to those parents, because I coach a team of toddlers, and it's not easy running around and getting them together. So kudos to them. But mostly I'm here to talk to you guys about items 14 and 15 on the consent calendar tonight. I think the proposed changes include some positive incentives, sorry, I always get that wrong, for current and future employees, a 3% salary increase over 2 years, expanded vacation benefits, educational incentives, overtime eligibility for fire battalion chiefs, and additional administrative leave all seem like reasonable recruitment and retention efforts. My question is about the financial side. The staff reports repeatedly referenced fiscal responsibility, but no cost estimates were given. What will these changes add to the city's annual payroll, and have these already been budgeted into the future budget? I also couldn't help but think about the recent consolidation of departments and the elimination of 19 city positions. I understand the concept of reducing headcount to better compensate and retain the employees who you have, but I would definitely be interested in hearing whether the savings from that reorganization will exceed the cost of the proposed compensation increases. I think providing those numbers would help the public better understand how your decisions fit into the city's overall financial strategy. Thank you for your time, and I'm looking forward to tonight's
Thank you, ma'am.
discussion.
Yes.
Good evening, Council. Adore Cardenas, representing Oasis Technology, address 320 West Henderson Avenue, Porterville, California. Oasis respectfully requests Council to revisit consent calendar item number 9. When the project was introduced over a year ago, Oasis assisted city personnel in identifying the type of service requested and equipment needed for the specific scope of work at that time, which reflects the original quote. To our understanding, since then, the scope of work and services have been updated. The quote we are presenting today reflects the services Oasis Technology can provide for the current scope of work and services needed. We would just like our quote and services to be considered apples to apples, and would be gratefully as a locally owned and operated business. I thank you, Council, for your time and consideration. May I be able to drop this quote with somebody? Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
And my name is Ryan Walker. I'm also from Oasis Technology. Good evening. I'm also talking regarding item number 9 on the consent calendar, just confirming what Adore has stated, as well as giving you some more details on the technical side as we help the city IT staff develop some of the specifications there. So we initially started discussions back in July of last year to help form what method was best to do the data link between City Hall and Scenic Heights Tower, and then later was added some discussion about possibility of the hospital, but that was not included in our quote at the time that we quoted. So that is part of why we're wanting for you to entertain this second quote that we produced last week after seeing the agenda. That quote, the original quote in the agenda, was back from May before all of the new scope had been developed. But we had early involvement where we had just included time at no consulting rate. And this pricing now is adjusted for both the different type of service with no leased radios, no spares to keep it on city, where city had full control, and no out-of-band connections, reduce the speed to match what was specified and quoted on other quotes that were in the agenda as well. And we've added, the hospital connection to match what was quoted by other providers as well. So we're available for questions if needed later in the meeting. Please entertain our quote. Hopefully you can make a decision on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Brock Neely, address on record. I respectfully request that you pull items 5, 7, and 8 for further discussion. On the item 5, which parking lot is it? Nowhere in this staff report does it say if it's the east side parking lot or the Henderson parking lot. It's an incomplete staff report. On item 7, it's another incomplete staff report. Where is the ABC census tract data? How can you do a ABC license approval if you don't know how many ABC licenses there are in that census tract? Then on item 8, when it talks about the fixed cost of $13,950, $4,650 annually billed quarterly, $4,650 times 4 is $18,600, not $13,950. The math ain't mathin'. The other thing is in Sheffield Lake, Idaho, their police department used a flock camera that took a picture of an e-bike rider. Clear picture of him smoking a Pall Mall cigarette, riding his e-bike. There's no license plate on the e-bike. Just license plates, right? Bullshit.
Thank you, Mr. Neely.
Mayor Meister, Vice Mayor McCurvey, members of the council. My name is Imran Saleh. I am a resident here and my address is on file. I am here to address 2 or 3 things that I've noticed around the city. First one is flock cameras. I noticed that me and many others have noticed that it serves more as an example of countries that are opposite of our political views, such as the Soviet Union or Cuba, where they use their versions of surveillance where in the form of a person or a human being. Another thing I would like to address was I believe it was you, Mr. Meister, you addressed an idea of having a replica of the Washington Monument at the Porterville Veterans Park. It was supposed to be unveiled in September, sometime in September. It is now August, and I have not seen any construction done on that yet. And another thing I would like to mention was the homelessness. And I noticed that there were some words taken out of context, such as you, Mr. Meister, you've said that some homeless people needed to be institutionalized. I don't know if that was I remember it was early on in the meeting. I don't remember what that meant in context, but I do feel like that the way we treat homelessness and the way we address it is not really what's the word? Humanized. Thank you. I feel like the Navigation Center is not doing their best. I feel like they're very poorly funded. I feel from every time I go by there, there's only just one easy up there, and they're just passing out waters and food, and it's like, what is their point? And every time I ask to volunteer, they always say, there's nothing for you we can do, and it's like, why? What's the plan for that, and how do you plan on addressing certain aspects of that? Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jacob Walker. I was glad to see after the last meeting some of you expressing your concerns with the flock cameras. Meister, I understand my phone tracks me. You can say it as many times over as you want, but at the end of the day, I can leave my phone at home and take the necessary privacy precautions on the device itself to limit my exposure to being spied on. I have neither of those privileges when you quietly install, aid, and abet a mass surveillance network on behalf of billionaire tech oligarchs that rule this country, buy our politicians, and develop these technologies and others like it by testing them in modern-day genocides on the other side of the world. Look up Palantir's investment into flock safety and Palantir's use of AI surveillance and targeting in Gaza. Palantir's Gotham software is used by law enforcement agencies, and the company is actively lobbying for further integration into every aspect of government and public life. Skydio, a California-based drone company marketing to law enforcement for their first responder drones program, are also one of many surveillance companies that tested their drones on the battlefields of the Gazan genocide that has seen more than 200,000 children slaughtered. Porterville has a drone program, I believe. It's in testing or whatever, and I think we should keep an eye on that in that company. Surely you see how Gaza is and was a testing ground for tech companies, weapon manufacturers, and evil leaders around the world to study the effects of mass hysteria, controlled migration, resistance while under surveillance, and to see what they can get away with. These technologies will be used and are in some cases already being used to silence political opposition, community organizers, and all who oppose it. Why would we trust what Flock tells us their products will and won't be used for when they're funded by companies who use similar technologies to literally kill kids? I say all of this for a reason. After the last meeting, I had the pleasure of speaking with Chief Rader. I thank him for his time, and he seems like a very nice guy. However, his stance and reasonings for his approval of these cameras are misinformed, outdated, and in many cases incorrect. His talking points in defense of the data collected and the cameras and the way the cameras are used is based on the word of Flock and his trust in their transparency/reliability, both of which have been discredited by nearly 100 cities, including one of the largest contracts with LAPD. I wrote a 7-page article responding to his claims that were published by the Porterville Recorder. I provided each of you with a copy at the beginning, which, cancel the Flock contract. And while I don't know too much in regards to local government capabilities, I'd like to make a suggestion. We amend Porterville's charter to bar the city and the city's law enforcement agencies from entering into contracts with private surveillance tech companies who've cut the teeth of their products on the rubble of hospitals and the blood of children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council. Good news, I don't have any comments on Flock. Karen Anderson is my name. But I have a few comments on the word patriotism, which is one of Mayor Meister's favorite words. A few meetings back, he mentioned a few times that seemed to be a trigger that triggered people. Apparently simply because people had a different point of view or disagreed with some of his points of view. Patriotism really is what? It's loyalty to one's country, not to a leader, to a country. It's advocating for what is best for one's country, which may be at odds with what that country's leader wants. This is what may better be described as constructive patriotism. A more precise definition of this constructive patriotism is this. It's a critical loyalty where citizens deeply love their country, but feel comfortable and responsible questioning or protesting policies that harm national values. It's an active patriotism, far deeper and more powerful than simply displaying national symbols like a flag or shared heritage. It's not a game or a spectator sport. For the United States, it's being engaged in advocating for a government, quote, of the people, by the people, for the people. Let's bring this down to a local level, where city governance should be for the people, not for city leaders and their personal agendas. This is far bigger than you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, if I may, just to ensure that we have fair or equal participation for those that are online, do you want to check?
Yes, or do we have any individuals that are online?
Yeah, so I didn't want to interrupt, but at the time, we didn't have
apologize, I
anybody
forgot.
online, but somebody quite literally just raised their hand right now, so if you'd like, we can bring them
Yeah,
in.
bring them in. Let's do 5, and then we'll go back to,
We just have one right now.
okay.
Okay, you're on. Go ahead and speak your name, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
My name is Rocio Reese, Porterville resident. Good evening, councilmen. I am here today from the comfort of my home with AC running, just as you all are enjoying better temperatures than the weather outside. This week, I cannot stop thinking about the city employees, especially those that work for the streets, parks, and refuse department. This week, Porterville will reach close to 110 degrees, and regardless of that, the refuse department staff still perform their job. The commercial drivers still pull over 200 bins per day, heavy bins. Can you imagine doing that job? Some councilmen mentioned going on a drive along one day with some of these employees. This week would be a good week to select, just to see what it is to be working under these kind of conditions. Will you take that drive this week with them? With this heat? Now imagine doing that job while talks behind their backs are done regarding privatization of their services. City councilmen, many of us residents, including myself, would like to know what is your true standing behind this now. We do not want to know the final decision once elections have been concluded. We want to know where you stand now. Many, including employees of this department, have made themselves present to previous council meetings. Although I do not hear a clear support or denial of this service to be privatized, some of the councilmen's responses left me thinking your decisions to privatize were already made, even prior to hearing us taxpayers. So will you be voting on this topic? Once this happens, will you be supporting or will you vote no to privatization of the service? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
That is all, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, everybody, council and citizens. My name is Danica. I don't have anything prepared to say, so I won't be too articulate, but I hope you can bear with me. You guessed it, my issue is with Flock, and my main reason is because of the way it's being advertised and how the city council is talking about it. It's being referred to as a automatic license plate reader and database storager, but it does a lot more than that. It tracks your car make and model. Like this gentleman said, it tracks everybody. It tracks your phone, and there is no escape from it if it becomes a widespread thing. There's been instances where people in power have abused it. A couple of note are Jose Ayala, Michael Steffman. These are police officers that had access to their local Flock database, and they were stalking their exes, and it ended up in some pretty serious stuff. They both pleaded guilty. I have the sources on this paper that one of my peers prepared. If you guys would like to look at it, take a picture, or you could ask him. A couple of us have our sources. This isn't just stuff that we're making up. This is a big issue. It's not that it's gonna help prosecute people that are running a red light, or we're gonna find people with warrants on them. This is surveillance for the average person. This is surveillance for me. I've never broken a law. This is surveillance for everybody, regardless if they've broken a law. It's really not constitutional, and I don't know, I hope you guys will consider that. I encourage everybody to look at our sources to make a well-informed decision, because this isn't just, oh, this is gonna help us catch criminals. No, this affects you. This affects everybody who lives where this is going to be implemented. And like George Orwell said, I know it's a fucking overplayed point, but surveillance state, no bueno. If you're pissed about the phones, if you're pissed about social media, how the heck are you not pissed about this? Thank you, guys.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of City Council. My name is Marina Chavez, address 1006 North Verdugo Drive in Porterville. I serve as Executive Director of Valley Adult Day Services, a local nonprofit that has proudly served Porterville for decades. First, I want to acknowledge that I understand the city faces real financial challenges. I know there are costs associated with staffing, cleanup, and supporting community events, and I appreciate the work city employees do to make these events successful. However, I ask that you carefully consider the unintended consequences of charging nonprofits these additional fees. Organizations like ours and many others don't host events to make a profit. We host them to strengthen our community, whether it's caregiver support events, resource fairs, educational workshops, fundraisers, or community gatherings. Every dollar we raise goes back into serving our neighbors, older adults, caregivers, individuals with disabilities, youth, and families. When nonprofits are required to absorb additional city staffing and cleanup costs, these dollars don't simply come out of an event budget. They come out directly of programs and services. They mean fewer scholarships for caregivers, fewer community resources, fewer educational events, and fewer opportunities for residents to come together. Community events also provide tremendous value to the city. They bring people into our parks and downtown businesses, encourage volunteerism, create safe and positive activities for families, and build civic pride. In many ways, nonprofits are partners with the city in improving the quality of life for everyone who lives here. I understand the city has legitimate financial responsibilities. City employees deserve to be compensated for their work, and public resources must be managed responsibly. But I respectfully ask that we find a solution that recognizes nonprofits as partners, not simply event organizers. Rather than implementing a one-size-fits-all fee structure, I encourage the council to consider alternatives. Perhaps qualifying nonprofit organizations could receive a waiver or reduced fee. Another option could be evaluating events based on their size or impact so that smaller community organizations are not disproportionately affected. I believe there's a solution that protects the city's financial interests while continuing to encourage the nonprofits that invest thousands of volunteer hours and community resources back into Porterville every year. As someone who works every day to support some of our community's most vulnerable residents, I hope we continue to see nonprofits not as a cost, but as an investment. When nonprofits thrive, our community thrives. Thank you for your time, your service, and your thoughtful consideration.
Ms. Chavez, really appreciate your comments. There was a gentleman talking in the back, and I didn't hear the name of your nonprofit. What is it?
Valley Adult Day Services.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, Honorable Mayor Greg Meister and Ed McKirby and all council members. So I'm going to take a little bit of a different route on this one and not go with any other information that's been said. It's more about Jesus and about what he could do for our city. But also what I will address is just his wisdom, his love.
Will you state your name for the record?
Carmelo Champion Ojeda.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And so I know there's a lot of things happening. And one thing I do want to say is thank you for everybody, all the members, you guys, the workers, all the employees, everybody that does things for the city. I know it's not an easy task. I know there's a lot going on. A lot of people say things. There's left and right. I see that. You know, it kind of, you know, it's not easy. But if there's something that the Word of God does say, it says this in James 1:5. Or actually, let's do Proverbs 16:3. The Amplified Version says this: commit your works to the Lord, submit and trust them to him. And your plans will succeed if you respond to his will and his guidance. His will and his guidance will give you guys the best decisions and to do what he's asking you guys to do. I'm not saying you guys are not doing it. I believe you guys are. And I believe there's a lot of things you guys are doing. And I know that there's his guidance and his wisdom can guide you to those different areas that we might need to make a decision on. And, you know, and amongst wise counsel would be you guys. You guys talk amongst yourself and ask the Lord, hey, Lord, what can we do here? What can we do here? And I believe you guys are on the right track. I believe you guys are doing things. But when it gets difficult, when it gets hard, I know the Lord will guide you guys every step of the way. And I know because his wisdom, he's guided me. When it was hard, you know, a little bit about myself is a lawn service. And then now I do a tree service. Richard Tree, he knows. Now he knows the face. But enough about me. It's about Jesus and about him doing what he could do to help you guys when it's tough, because it does get tough. His word says this too. If any of you lacks wisdom to guide him through a decision or circumstance, he is to ask of our beloved God, who gives to everyone generously and without rebuke or blame, and it would be given to him. So thank you guys for the time, and I appreciate the time you guys have given me to talk to you guys. Keep up the good work, and I know God, if you put him first, he'll guide you in all things.
Thank you, sir. I almost said it. Amen.
All right, good evening, council. Scott Bowler, address is on record. According to the report, as of June 30th, 2026, the preliminary general fund revenues totaled approximately $48.8 million, or 96.5% of the amended budget. General fund expenditures totaled approximately $36.4 million, or 96.9 million of the amended budget. These numbers show that the city maintained a balanced financial position, and that is something we should recognize. But financial responsibility does not stop at balancing a budget. The responsibility is making sure that every taxpayer dollar is being used wisely and aligned with the highest priorities of our community. As Vice Mayor McCurby once said, even when you're broke, you get to have your cake. I believe that statement highlights an important responsibility when managing taxpayer dollars. It does not mean we should never invest in our community or support projects that improve quality of life. Those investments matter. But we also have to recognize that every dollar spent is a dollar cannot be spent somewhere else. That is why prioritization matters. Before we make decisions, we should ask, does this affect public safety? Does delaying this increase future costs? Can it wait until next budget cycle? Is this a need or is this a want? A priority-based approach can help guide those decisions. Is it 1, critical, 2, essential, 3, high priority, 4, moderate, or number 5, low priority? Our crucial and essentials needs must come first. Projects that are desirable but not urgent should be evaluated carefully and placed in the proper order. Responsible budgeting is not about saying no to everything. It's about making smart choices, setting clear priorities, and ensuring taxpayer dollars provide the greatest benefit to the residents of Porterville. When resources are limited, leadership means making difficult decisions and focusing on what matters most. It's time to strengthen our financial responsibility, improve our priorities, and make sure we are investing in the future of Porterville. I also want to make a comment and thank the SMART team, Porterville PD, and the fire department. There was a homeless encampment over in my area. They were removed, and the place is cleaner than they were when they moved in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I may? Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
We do have one individual wishing to speak.
Okay, bring him in.
Okay, give me one moment. Okay, Lennon, you have 3 minutes to speak, starting now.
Thank you. My name is Landon Bratcher, and I've lived here my whole life. And I would like to start on the homeless issue. I have seen, growing up here and as a kid, even to now, there's a lot of the police focusing on small things, giving out tickets for a person that they were going through the light when it was yellow and it turned red and they got a red light ticket, or getting kids in trouble for riding bikes in the street. Yet I've seen homeless ladies stripped down naked and running at people, cussing people out, saying vulgar things around the youth, and the cops come and talk to her and just let her go. Yet for these small issues, people are actually getting in trouble. And that's not cool. And also, I'd like to say that the flock, it's kind of bullcrap. No one wants to be monitored. I mean, I don't have a well-spoken, way to talk about that, but pretty much what everyone else said about it. And me, as a person, by myself, I'd like to say that if I continue to see this crap being thrown at us, I will start crapping on City Hall as my testimony and protest. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Shelton.
Ray Shelton, 88 North Wilbur. I sure hope that gentleman's talking metaphorically and not literally, because we got enough. Like I said, Ray Shelton, Wilbur Drive. Number 9, enough? I know you guys love to hear me. Yeah. Anyway, number 9, I think Oasis has been with the city for, gosh, 20 or 30 years. But I've been with AT&T for 50 years, and I quit them 6 months ago after 50 years and went to Spectrum. And they're pretty good, too. So that's your guys' call. But, I like the hometown guys, but not a bad idea to shake it up every now and then. Number 16, glad we're going to go up and help the tribe with some of their inspection, I think, on that bridge up there. I think that's a good idea, too, because that bridge needs to be, it's the one that goes across the river, and boy, it's pretty spooky if you've ever been on it. And then the last one I'm going to talk about is something that Vice Mayor McCurry talked about. I was on Parks and Leisure for, 7 or 8 years, and I'm the one that brought up the whole issue because we had people that just didn't show up. I sat on there for a year with one guy, and he never showed up for one meeting. So in the charter, there's only 2 required commissions, Parks and Leisure, and Library Commission. Everything else is something we've added. I'm kind of with you on this one. I think that we have an animal control, we have an arts commission, we have a hard time getting anybody to show up for them. I'm thinking that maybe, I'm not saying we don't, maybe we take them off and start over and see where the interest is, because we've got probably 7 or 8, that again that were a good idea at the time, but I think they've either ran their course or there's disinterest or there's other ways to do it. So I don't think it's a bad idea to maybe go through there and see what the interest is, and then maybe purge a couple. We can always bring them back if there's a big outcry to do it. Again, and I'm not a big fan of shutting down oversight things, but at the same time, if we're not doing anything and no one's showing up, it's just more paper we're using and more time we're spending, and we're not getting anything out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton.
Dave Horowitz. It's kind of interesting about the committee thing. I was part of the downtown committee. We came up with some great ideas for improving our downtown. Unfortunately, there are citizens in Porterville that don't want to improve our downtown, and all they wanted to do was complain when you gentlemen approved some improvements we would like to see. They also want to berate our merchants to the point that 2 of our downtown merchants out of the 5 have resigned from the committee because of harassment from the public. One of them was harassed about a flag that hung in front of his business that was put up by the city, had nothing to do with the merchant. But some lady, I'll say, came into his business establishment and started cursing him and chewing him out in front of all of the people in his establishment because she didn't like the flag, because she felt the flag stood for something that the flag doesn't stand for. But in her opinion, it does. This is the problem with a small group of people in this town. They want to yell and scream about everything. They're never happy about anything. They complain about our downtown not being nice, but then when we go to do things to improve our downtown, which, by the way, thank you for this council doing that. Main Street looks awesome. It's really improving. We're getting new merchants. Next door to me, we're going to get a cupcake place. Should be open shortly. And by the way, the cupcakes are delicious. I've tried them. So the downtown is improving, but it takes money to improve that downtown. Berating the merchants that are on the committee making recommendations is probably not really a very nice thing to do, but then again, we all know that the people on one side don't care about being nice. I again also want to talk about the racism that's going on. I've again had 3 more problems because of my ethnicity, because people want to talk about Nazis and dictators and kings and all this crap that's not real, and it's got to stop, because you're getting these other people in society that aren't very well educated to keep hearing this over and over and over again, and they believe it's real. I've been accosted 3 times now because of my ethnicity. It's going to cause some problems soon, because I can only take so much of it. I've been dealing with it my whole life, and I'm getting tired of it. I was born who I was born. I cannot change that. That's who I am. We've got to stop all the complaining. But thank you for approving the downtown speaker system. I think that's going to be great. And by the way, if you want to take my picture with a flock camera, I'm doing nothing illegal. Go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen. Toss Slay, address on file. I only have one thing to talk about, which is how much I appreciate this council's effort to bring kids and bring organizations and celebrate the community. That's something I never really noticed from other councils, so I wanted to give you guys credit for that and congratulate you guys, how you guys bring engagement and fill the community and take things that are happening with our youth and bring them in, and how you're able to highlight that. I also wanted to give credit to the city manager for bringing that amazing, I think it was the city manager who brought that amazing presentation about the roads and all the things. That's amazing. That's educating the community. And I'm all for that, and I appreciate you guys doing that, letting us know what the difference is between, you know, all the street performance and how you were able, as a council, to increase that funding and get all those street miles done. I think that information is very important. That's all I was going to say, but then I was I was inspired by the speakers, and I thank all the speakers who came before me, because it's such an amazing thing to watch all these young men and women talk, and all the different different levels and the uncomfortability. And I really appreciate you guys allowing everybody to talk. I think we're about almost to an hour. But there was one quote that kind of caught me by there's a quote that I wanted to share with you guys, and it's by William Blackstone, and it says, "It's better that 10 guilty go free than one innocent person suffer." And I feel like that's relevant here, because there's a lot of conversation about flock. Now, I don't have enough information to say one thing or another. I just know that when we keep having 10 or 15 people show up and talk about flock, it needs to be addressed. And obviously, from what I'm seeing as a result, what our intern chief put out hasn't sufficed the public. So what percentage of it getting it wrong is too much? Like, how many people, if we solve 3 crimes, but one person's rights are being disenfranchised, is that enough to say no? And what's the data say? You know, so my recommendation is, let's get the data. My other recommendation is, and this is strictly based on past experience of this council during this conversation, is please don't make people wrong. Just hear them and find an answer for them, please. And lastly, so that goes towards, I know that some people will come up here and will say some inappropriate things, but as leaders, it's our responsibility to lead by example and just deliver what they want. So again, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. There are a lot of great things that are going on in this town. You guys get credit for that, and I'll be there to champion you guys. And as we move forward, no matter what happens in the next 4 years, whatever you guys create, the prayer is that they continue to do it. It's every council that comes to this area leaves it better. And I know you guys have taken that ball and made it better. And my prayer is that the next council, whoever that be, takes it and makes it better. So thank you very much for the time and the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Makayla Franco. Last city council meeting, I talked about flock and their violation of privacy and state laws, and one of them being sharing databases illegally with other federal agencies like ICE. That kind of made me want to talk about it, because I really believe that this country has a problem with abuse of power. And this is really hard for me to say, because I see a lot of things on the internet about ICE taking advantage of their power and stopping people to the point where they're not even asking for identification, but they're finding these people who are supposedly illegal. How? I don't know. And I don't want to be a part of something that's feeding into that, because recently I had a coworker talk to me about how his fiance, she's in the education system, and 2 years ago, this has happened 2 years ago, I just found this out, that they had a whole meeting about privacy and their legal status, and how nobody should be asking legal status. And the fact that it had an elementary school discuss this, it just raised some questions about, like, how many other people is left in the dark and don't know about what's going on. And I honestly believe if this happens in other cities and a problem in other cities, it can happen here. And I really want to just avoid that, because I'm hearing and seeing people come and saying how they've been arrested and detained by ICE, and they're legal citizens. And the fact that they're not even asking for identification is just really alarming and concerning. And I really hate to have to deal with that here. And I don't want to be associated with that, especially if they're using the flock cameras to find people like that. And as troubling as it sounds, it's just the police departments in other cities argues is that they have these flock cameras to help and prevent murders and kidnappings. But how can you argue that when there's video evidence of people getting stopped in the middle of the traffic and getting taken out of their cars without even being identified? And so I don't believe we should have flock. I don't think it has any purpose here.
Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else. Is there anyone online, Fernando?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to council comments. Councilman Rivas, do you have any comments?
At this point, that's a lot to take in on that flock information. What I do know about flock is coming from the position that I come in. I'm still leery about it, but I was giving a intense review of it, and there are safeguards there. And I would be the first one to tell you, if there were no safeguards there, I would be the first one to pull it. And you got my word on that. But the safeguards are there for a reason. And if you look up California, the Attorney General, Mr. Bonta, he already has laws in place. SB 54, SB 36, Government Code Section 7284.7284.12, that prohibits any data being utilized or shared with any federal agencies. You know, if you're speaking from authority, bring it. Don't spring from assumptions and presumptions. But if you're speaking from authority, first-hand knowledge that this is happening, bring it. Bring it to the local agencies. If you have a petition, you know who to address it to. But in regards to that, the ALDRs, they were funded by the DMV for license stolen vehicles. It does not have no facial recognition. It doesn't have none of that program and no software associated with it here in Porterville. So with that, you know, rest assured, well, I can't tell you that, but for me, I'm satisfied that these safeguards are in place, and they will this chief has a responsibility that everything is logged, everything is on the up and up. It's not being tracked, and you know, you can't blame the system on a few bad apples. You can't, because if that were the case, then you would blame it on every technology that we have here in America. You know, technology is, to me, great if it's used properly, but you always have those individuals that do not use that properly. And if those individuals are caught, then they should be, you know, dealt with administratively and so on and so forth. But with that, a lot of other comments were made, but that's my stance at this point in time. But if anything else comes available, I mean, I've done my extensive review on it, but you know, it's not being shared, and there are a lot of other civil code that applies that, you know, the Attorney General from California that specifically states, you know, that
information cannot be assisted with federal agencies. So if anybody has any authority on the subject matter that you've spoken to, bring it. I like to look at it. But if you're just speaking on fear-mongering and all that other stuff, I don't have time to entertain that. But like I said, with that, I'll just turn it to you, Mayor. and leave it at
Thank you,
that.
Councilman Rivas. Councilman Green, do you have any comments?
Not at this time, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Beltran?
Just overall great comments, and I'm not going to comment anything specifically, but a lot of the things that were brought up, I'm sure they'll be in future agendas, consent calendar items, with community events, flock, budget things. Again, they'll all come up at some point, and we'll have that discussion.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor McCurvey, do you have any comments?
I would just echo those comments. Thank you all. I noticed tonight, I know we've been having some discussions about time, but everybody was really respectful of the time tonight, and a lot of you spoke quickly, and really appreciate that because we can get to the city's business, and it's reflected amongst so everyone gets a chance to speak, and it's not a rush. You know, we're going to keep an eye on the things that you guys are bringing up. There's some great points that are coming out of the audience, and we'll debate those and discuss those and see what we can do with them. And we're going to keep an eye on those areas of opportunity. I would just echo I'll point you to a couple of things. There was a great article in the Valley Voice a couple of weeks ago talking about Flock and how it was kind of an organized political effort. And that was a strange article to find in the paper, and our city was named in that too. But I think our city, after the last conversation that we had, I know that the councilmen up here have gotten more educated on this and looked into this since you brought those comments so that we can speak with authority and conviction and facts. The things that are brought up, a lot of them are anomalies, but they're not happening in Porterville. And it's always conjecture, right? We don't live in Cuba. I heard that. That's kind of hyperbole, right? We don't live in Cuba or Gaza. And I'm not going to say yet, because we're never going to live in Cuba or Gaza, not as long as I'm sitting up here. The thing is, I would just say that I'm listening to those comments, but we made an effort. We listened to you last week, and we made an effort to put that in the paper of record. And any assertions that our chief of police was inaccurate are inaccurate. And so let's make sure and stick to the facts. If you guys have some issues to bring to us, we'll look at them. And we'll guard against all of these opportunities that you guys see. But we need to be careful to be specific about what they are and not make it a bigger issue than it really is. And so I appreciate the comments tonight. They're very respectful. I really want to point everybody to George Washington and his farewell address. He does the best job of anyone to define what patriotism is. And I thought Karen did a good job tonight, but I like George Washington's definition, and I love that everybody's talking about the Constitution. Thank you guys for all your comments tonight.
Thank you, Vice Mayor McCurvey. Just to cover a couple, there was comments on the Navigation Center, and Kingsview's running the Navigation Center. We spend roughly $2 million annually there. To hear that there isn't a volunteer system is a little concerning. So if we could just find out information on that, if there is the ability to volunteer. Do you know that off the top of your head, Councilman Beltran? Okay, so there is an avenue then, so that's just misinformation. Okay, and then as far as Palomar, Captain Azevedo, we don't work with Palomar, right? The flock camera systems don't work with that. Do you know that?
I'm not familiar with Palomar.
Palantir.
Palantir, I'm not familiar with that at all.
Yeah, and I know there's state laws that, and Councilman Rivas, you highlighted it, that stops these companies, at least from what we could see, right? So, and once again, I saw a video today and Mr. Walker, I'd love to share it with you. If you'd love to have a conversation, you've had them with other folks, I'd love to talk with you as well. My phone number is right out in the hall, and I'd love to have the conversation because we're like-minded more than what you would think. These smartphones, are definitely tracking us, and everything you're looking on your phone, everything you're looking up, any AI you're using, that is all documented data. And I know you're saying, well, I could choose to leave it at home, but you don't, right? Everyone carries them because we need them nowadays. We are growing with technology, and if you don't use technology, you fall behind in today's society. And so there's a balance, though, because I don't want to live in a police state neither. And so we're trying to work on that, but would love to have a longer conversation. The video I watched was they took two phones, an iPhone and an Android, and they put one on airplane mode and one not, and they traveled around Washington, D.C. And then before they put took them off the airplane mode, they had this machine that captures the data that it sends through to Google. And it was everything they did in airplane mode. So that's supposed to be off, right? And they knew exactly where they went, the time of day, what they were doing, their conversations. It's everything. And they sell that data. And so I understand your guys' points. Like I said, I'd love to have a conversation with you if you grab my business card and give me a text or email, and let's get together and talk about it. There was also some comments on the budget and pointing out the $12 million surplus this year in the budget with, $48 million. We spent about $36 million. Part of the reasons why you see such a large increase is we got the insurance proceeds for the library. It was close to $7 million, the final payment on that. And so that's why you see that bump. But then there's that $5 million that isn't there. That is due to staff working really hard on their budgets and reductions and certain things. And so I want to, it's not a final number yet, but it's due to the hard work of staff and the leadership of this city council pushing forward. And so I just say hats off to you guys. And that's while still city staff delivering on the trails, 3 different trail systems in our city, 31 lane miles this year. We did parks. We've got a community center being built. We were able to have budgetary savings while still delivering on all these projects. And so I just, hats off to staff and the hard work that you guys are doing every day. With that, we'll move on to consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There'll be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. I would like to poll agenda item 9 for conversation. Is there any others that would like to be polled? I'm not hearing any, so I'll make a motion 1 through.
I want some clarification. No, I want to support on an item, I just got to find it. Excuse me? It's coming. And I just want to make some positive comments on it for the.
Can you do it in other matters at the end of the meeting?
Sure, I can do that.
Okay. So I'll make a motion 1 through 16, excluding item number 9.
A second.
Okay, we have a first and second. Let's call for the vote. And it's saved. Fernando, yes, it passes 5-0, okay. All right, moving on to our first public hearing of the night, City Manager.
Yeah, Mayor, glad that the system's working, and just raising a question, do you want to tackle the one consent item first before you get into the public hearing, or?
Well, we
like
have
did last
we
time?
have a scheduled matter at number 19, so we'll just do both scheduled matters at the, I guess out of respect, we have these gentlemen waiting. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the right thing to do. Let's do
Good
that.
idea.
Let's do number 9. Okay, I pulled that agenda item. We have a local business that came in and asked us to do so, so I thought it was the right thing to do. Could you give us a little more information on that, Mr. Tree?
Yeah, like Mr. Walker had said, we appreciate the partnership that Oasis has provided to the city over the years. Correctly stated that they've been involved in this project for some time, and that it has evolved. When we added the additional communication to the Sierra View Hospital, which is in the works, the scope of work changed. I think reflecting and evaluating what has transpired, the staff could have communicated better with each of the contractors. In this regards, in the procurement, we followed our typical process when trying to procure internet services was an informal bid. So there was email communication with each of the network providers on the scope of work. And then each provider provided their bid. It's unfortunate, and it appears a case that some critical communication wasn't relayed to our local provider, and staff has provided a recommendation based on the bids that we received. That being said, and the city attorney can provide some guidance, but if the council so chooses to go a different direction, given the information that has been provided, they have the ability. And the reason why I say that is, unlike this project will be funded out of the police department's operating budget, which is funded by the general fund. If there were federal funds being used for this project, then there would be some restrictions. We'd likely want to just rebid the project to make it fair and open.
That's what I was going to ask, yeah.
Yeah, so
Continue
there's a
on.
couple options that the council could go. They could consider OASI's new proposal, or if they would like to reject the bids and redo it so it's fair and open, you have that discretion.
So because there's no federal or state grants tied to this, we have the ability to show discretion on this without being sued in the long run.
Correct, and it's not a typical like public works job, so you're not like under any requirement to follow like a lowest responsible bidder as well. So, which I don't even know that would fit in this situation because the bids kind of vary based on installation costs and all those things. So it's not even really an appropriate job for that kind of review. So yeah.
Okay, well, I'm to my council, I'm looking at their quote, and it's about $78 less than the next bid. And, you know, I personally campaign on hiring local, trying to create local jobs. And you have Oasis here in town that has a shop right on Henderson, where the old Morris Levin was, remodeled that building, made it look really nice, and great investment in our community. Not only that, but they're a great jobs provider in our community as well. And so when I think of how we spend the taxpayers' dollar, we want to do our very best to keep it local, because that turns around and goes back into the people of Porterville in the long run. So my motion would be to go ahead with the new bid quote that we got from Oasis tonight. That's my motion. Do you need this?
Yes, it would be, we'll put that on file. And it may be, I don't know if as far as the specifics, do you want some more clarification, or that's good enough?
I think that's good enough. And we'll
Okay,
just put
that's my motion. If council has any comments?
Well, I'd have a comment.
Go ahead, sir.
I'd like to thank Mr. Walker and Adore for coming in and bringing this to us. And I echo those comments about local. And because this is competitive, and because there are no strings attached, and because you are local and you can come in here and make this case, we can easily have this discussion in the open and make this decision. It's the right decision, and that's the power of local. I second your motion, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have a first and a second. Is there any other comments?
I just have one comment. I just want to clarify, it's for a 36 months, not a 5 years from the previous.
Yeah, the new bid they have is 36.
No, that's all the clarification I needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
No, just for the record, echo your comments, Mayor, of we try to go as local as possible. And thank you, City Manager, for clarifying kind of this, how this may have came about, because my notes, when there's kind of some inconsistent responses, I've learned it's kind of a little bit of a red flag of like, why are they so different? And so there was some clarification in our agenda review, and right now with the statement from Oasis. So I'll just echo what the mayor said of local as possible. Great job on the local improvement of an old facility. You made an investment in our community. And again, you know, this is a competitive, and just we want to support local, just like we did it with our Little League, all the way up to our local businesses. So I just echo the mayor's comments.
Okay, we have a first and a second. We'll call for the vote. Fernando, you didn't want any comment, right? You were good?
Oh, I agree with everything you guys
Okay.
are saying up here. That's it.
Let's call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to our first public hearing. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first public hearing is in regards to the first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 2 of Article 4 of the Porterville Municipal Code relating to the code enforcement selection, and I've asked Director Dignam to provide the staff report.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of council. As part of the city's realignment that became effective July 1st, the code enforcement function was administratively transferred from the fire department to the building division within the planning and engineering department. The proposed ordinance is going to update Chapter 2, Article 4 of the Porterville Municipal Code to reflect the current organizational structure. Locating the code enforcement section within the building division is going to align code enforcement activities with permitting, inspections, zoning administration, business licensing, property maintenance, nuisance abatement, and development review. The proposed ordinance is organizational and administrative in nature and does not expand the city's existing code enforcement authority, nor does it create new regulatory requirements. The existing enforcement powers remain unchanged. The ordinance simply modernizes the municipal code by updating procedural language, clarifying administrative responsibilities, incorporating current references to applicable California law, and reflecting accepted municipal code enforcement practices. The key updates included in the proposed ordinance include establishing the code enforcement section within the building division of the Planning and Engineering Department. Historically, this article defined the officer. Now we're defining the section. It clarifies the supervisory and administrative responsibilities for the building official and code enforcement personnel. It also updates the enforcement authority to reflect current California law and the accepted practices. It is adding the inspection warrant procedures and administrative enforcement remedies. These are things that we've already done. This is just clarifying them and giving us some point of reference and the community a point of reference. It preserves the independent enforcement authority of the fire department and other city officials, continues to emphasize voluntary compliance while maintaining appropriate administrative and legal enforcement tools. The proposed ordinance has been reviewed and approved as to form by the city attorney. The recommendation is that the city council conduct the public hearing, receive public testimony, waive a full reading, and introduce by title only the proposed ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 4 of the Porterville Municipal Code relating to the code enforcement section, and direct the city clerk to place the ordinance on the next regular meeting agenda for a second reading and adoption.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we'll open the public hearing at 8:29. If you have any comments, please come forward at this time.
Less than a year ago, the council embarked on what many described as a reckless experiment. You dramatically reduced economic development, planning, and engineering, eliminated experienced staff, merged departments, and told the public that privatization would make government more efficient and less expensive. Today, I think it's fair to ask a simple question. Where is the evidence that it worked? Now, before anyone has had the opportunity to fully evaluate the consequences of those changes, another reorganization is being proposed. Business licensing and code enforcement would move into engineering and planning department. And a question remains as to whether moving code enforcement is illegal, since its position within the city's organizational structure is actually prescribed in the city's charter. That raises an important question: why are you doing it? Engineering and planning exist to review land use, zoning development, and compliance with state and local planning and engineering laws. Business licensing is an administrative and financial function. It involves collecting fees, maintaining records, and ensuring businesses meet legal requirements to operate. Putting what essentially is a tax collection and licensing function inside a department whose mission is land use is like asking the building inspector to process payroll. They're both important jobs, but they're entirely different jobs. The same concern exists with moving code enforcement. Before shifting responsibilities from the fire department, the public deserves to know what the problem is actually being solved. Where are the analyses and performance measures? Where is the workload study? Where is the cost-benefit analysis? Are these just moves, just a means to increase personnel in a department that is no longer able to serve the public due to your reckless experiment? Good government doesn't keep moving boxes around on organizational charts, hoping something eventually works, and good leaders don't confuse constant change with progress. The people of Porterville deserve thoughtful organization, not constant reorganization. They deserve decisions based on evidence, not assumptions. Every experiment has consequences. In this case, the consequences are delayed service, frustrated residents, burned out employees, and taxpayer dollars. Instead of fixing the problems created by the last experiment, you're proposing another experiment. At what point do you stop experimenting and start governing? Porterville doesn't need another experiment. It needs stability, competent management, and decisions driven by evidence instead of ideology. Before you move another box on the organizational chart, prove that the last move made the city better.
Thank you, ma'am.
Brock Neely, address on record. If you want to make code enforcement more effective, you need to change your model into, instead of by report, to be a proactive. I mean, code enforcement should be driving down the streets and seeing things like cars with webs under them. They look like they've been sitting there for 6 months, dead. You know, they should be open-eyed and taking care of things like that instead of just waiting for somebody to complain. The reason why code enforcement was originally set up was to help beautify this city. Milt and I worked on that really hard, and we worked to get Clayton where he was at. So you need to hire more code enforcement officers. You need to give them more authority to go out and actually do things proactively. Because this response that you've got now, it's not working. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greg Shelton, 88 North Wilford Drive. I've been around long enough. When Clayton was code enforcement, there was nobody else. He was the only guy. And we had discussions and we went round and round. Because I was against it. I didn't want any heavy-handedness, being used as a weapon for political reasons. And it evolved into a point where there were some people that wanted to do that. Clayton and I think, worked on it really hard so that it wouldn't be that way. And we came up with the reason we did when we did the code. Helped write the code because to make sure it wasn't abused. So as for this police state rhetoric where it's like, well, God, why don't we just tie it to the flock cameras and then tie them both together and then it'll be nirvana. That's absurd, But and then for Ms. Wagner, when she's talking about the business licenses, I've spoken to Clayton a lot of times out there and when he's out working. And I use him because he's the one I know the best. And a big part of the code enforcement is he'll go to a business and they'll have to see if they've paid their business license or if they're even and so before he used to have to call down there and get someone on the phone and check and they finally gave him a laptop. Again, this is going back a lot, where he could finally go check the business license instead of having to make a trip back down to see if it was compliant. So I think that this is probably a really obvious kind of movement because it sure is going to cut out some other things to do. Did they save some money? Yeah, I think they did too. We got some people down there now because I'm one of the guys that gets 17 letters a year You know what I mean? And they haven't been too heavy-handed with me, and Rebecca's done a good job. And there was a point where we were discussing about doing away with code enforcement altogether. But I think we dialed it back, and I remember I told Clayton one time, I said, you get too good at this job, you're gonna get fired because people will use you and abuse you. And I think there was a time when we did this online reporting of complaints, and we had something like 500 of them, you know, and it was just basically people could anonymously turn their neighbor in. And I said, is that the world we want to live in, where we can use government to harass our neighbors because we don't like their kid's swing set in the front yard? So I think where we're going is, I like it. They're not hassling me too much. So I think that's probably a good barometer of how fair we're being. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else. Is there anyone online, Fernando?
Yes, Your Honor, we do have one person wishing to speak. I'll go ahead and bring them in now. Okay, you have 3 minutes starting now.
My name is Rocio Reese, Porterville resident. City Mayor, I agree with you regarding Oasis. Create and keep local jobs, local services. I hope this same view is taken regarding privatization for the refuse services. I hope you all, councilmen, keep it local. Keep local city
Ma'am,
jobs.
if you would save your comments for oral communication at the end. For this, we just want to talk to the public hearing that is before us for the change in ordinance amending Chapter 2. But your comments are appreciated, and if you would stay with us to the end for oral communication, you'll have an opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. With that, bring it back to the council. Does council have any questions for staff? I'll open the floor.
I have one, more of a clarifying question. I think I brought this up months ago when we first talked with my agenda review with the city manager. Now we're changing this as an amendment to the charter. It's an administrative move and what have you. But for educational purposes, what is the difference when something is in our charter, like we have two amendments that we voted on to go to the voters, versus something like this? Since they're both in the charter and they discuss, can you explain, the city attorney, maybe a little bit of why we can make amendments on some things and other things go to the voters?
Just to clarify, this is not in the charter. This is in the city's municipal code. So
Okay.
that's why it's able to be amended by ordinance. Charter amendments have to go to the voters.
Okay, so even though this is stated in the charter, it's not a charter amendment to your,
I went through the charter. I do not see it stated in the charter. If someone wants to point out the
I
section
just
to me.
thought, because it's appointed by somebody underneath the fire department, I thought it had to stay under the fire department.
Based on, but that's not in the charter. That's in the municipal code.
I only printed out one section, so I typed in the Porterville City Charter. It's 2-26.1, appointment and jurisdiction. I think it's, oh my gosh, which chapter is it in? Chapter 2. The duty appointment.
Municipal code, isn't it? Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I
'cause-
just wanted the distinguished difference between the city charter and then the, okay.
Yeah, so the municipal code is separate than the city charter. And the municipal code is where that language is located, and that's why it's being amended by ordinance and can be approved by council.
Thank you.
Is that it? Okay. Is there any other questions?
I don't have a question. I just want to go ahead and go with staff recommendations with a few things that, to me, this clarifies departmental authority, improves efficiency, and modernizes administration. So I think it's a win-win, so I'm going to go with staff recommendations.
I second that motion. Is there any other comments?
You beat me. I just have one comment. We got to be precise. And when I see it coming from the dais, the same question that coming from the audience, it makes me pause and write notes. I think this is really good for what we're doing with all of the reorganization. There's a lot of talk out there about money, which is important, but streamlining the processes, providing better services, reducing redundancies, and those things this is what I see in this, and I appreciate that we're getting this forward and we're continuing. This is kind of like reducing regulations as you improve the organization. And I really like that we're doing this, and we have the guy leading this. There's our original code enforcement officer, and I trust his judgment, and I really like what we're doing here. Thank you very much, you guys.
Thank you, Vice Mayor McCurvey. Okay, with that, we'll call for the vote.
I just want to make sure we officially close the public hearing, because I don't think we did earlier.
Oh. Public hearing closed.
Perfect.
Thought I said I'll bring it back to the council, but you wanted to hear the gavel. Passes 5-0.
Read by title only, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville repealing and replacing sections 2-26.1 through 2-26.4 of the Chapter 2 and adding sections 2-26.5 through 2-26.9 of the Porterville Municipal Code pertaining to code enforcement officer.
Thank you, City Clerk. City Manager, moving on to public hearing number 18.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This public hearing is in regards to the ordinance amending Chapter 15 of the Porterville Municipal Code relating to the administrative transfer of business license functions, and I'll turn the time back over to Director Dignam.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, similar to the last one that was before you, this is an organizational realignment, and it's basically responsible for moving the administration of the business license division from the finance department to the planning and engineering department. The proposed ordinance also is administrative in nature, and it does not modify the city's existing business license requirement, license fees, penalties, appeal procedures, or regulatory standards, unless specifically identified within the ordinance. Rather, the amendments are transferring the administrative authority for business license function to the Director of Planning and Engineering, or their designee. Locating the business license division within the Planning and Engineering Department is going to improve coordination between business licensing, planning, zoning, building permits, certificates of occupancy, development review, code compliance activities, and occupancy changes. The alignment provides a more streamlined process for businesses while improving internal coordination, operational efficiency, and customer service. Previously, just for as an example, people would have to come down to planning, check and see if they could do business in this section of town, then come down and get their business license packet down the hall, and then come back and, you know, see if they needed any building permits and things like that. So we're hoping to kind of create some more streamlining with the same people in the same area making the decisions and helping to provide better customer service. So again, the key updates will transfer the administrative responsibility for business license functions from finance to planning and engineering, update the department titles and administrative authority throughout Chapter 15, designates the Director of Planning Engineering or their designee as the administrator of business license functions, maintains the city's existing business license requirements and all of the things along with it, fees, penalties, regulatory standards, and it's going to align the municipal code with the city's current organizational structure and administrative practices. This proposed ordinance has been reviewed and approved as to form by the city attorney, and the recommendation is that the city council conduct a public hearing, receive public testimony, waive a full reading and introduce by title only the proposed ordinance amending Chapter 15 of the Porterville Municipal Code relating to the administrative transfer of business license functions, and direct the city clerk to place the ordinance on the next regular meeting agenda for a second reading and adoption.
Thank you, Mr. Dignam, or Director Dignam. At this time, we will open the public hearing at 8:45. If you have any comments, please come forward at this time. Not see anyone. Do we have anyone online, Fernando, or City Clerk?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we will close the public hearing at 8:45. Bring it back to the council. Once again, I love applying common sense. This streamlines the process. So if council has any comments, go ahead. I open the floor to you.
I'm going to make a rhetorical comment. Why was this ever in finance to begin with? and then I want to make a motion to go forward.
Okay, we have a first. I'll second that motion. Is there any other comments?
Yeah, I'd like to just make a few just statements. With this, I believe that it streamlines administrative processes, and I like it because it improves customer service and creates operational efficiency. And that's what has been lacking for so long. So with that, I end my comment.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Let's call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to.
Read by title only.
Yes, sir, please.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville amending Chapter 15 of the Porterville Municipal Code pertaining to business license.
Thank you, City Clerk. Moving on to schedule matter number 19, City Manager.
Yeah, we've, this is the first meeting for Director Dignam in his role, and it's his show tonight. So the final schedule, the only schedule matter for tonight is the award of contract for a pavement preservation project. And I think Director Dignam and our project manager are going to provide the staff report and also provide a little bit more additional information regarding this project that I think the council will appreciate. Director?
Thank you. The pavement preservation project will rehabilitate approximately 8.44 lane miles of city streets through preventative maintenance treatments designed to preserve pavement condition, extend pavement life, reduce long-term maintenance costs, and improve driving conditions for residents and visitors. The project includes pavement preservation improvements on Date from Main to Orange, Date from Plano to Park, Orange from Main to Plano, Lime from Henderson to just north of Sandra Court, North Grand Avenue from just west of North Grand Avenue to Highway 65, and Henderson Avenue from Indiana Street to J Street. Preventative maintenance allows the city to maximize the useful life of existing pavement at a substantially lower cost than full roadway construction. On July 15th, 2026, the city received one responsive bid for the project from VSS International in the amount of $989,120. The engineer's estimate for the project was $877,513.40, making the submitted bid approximately 11.46% higher than the estimate. Although the city has historically rejected bids that exceed the engineer's estimate by more than 10%, staff does not believe re-advertising the project is likely to produce lower bids. Recent market conditions have continued to reflect volatility in asphalt material pricing, increased demand for pavement preservation contractors, and limited contractor availability. Delaying the project may expose the city to additional costs escalation while allowing pavement conditions to deteriorate further. Based on current market conditions, staff believes awarding the project is in the city's best long-term financial interests. Staff recommends a 10% construction contingency to address unforeseen field conditions that may be encountered during construction. In addition, an additional 10% is recommended for construction management, construction surveying, quality assurance, materials testing, and inspection services necessary to successfully administer the project. The total estimated project cost, including construction contingency and construction management services, is $1,186,944. The project currently has $1,100,000 budgeted in Measure R local funds. Therefore, an additional appropriation of $86,944 in Measure R local funds is required to fully fund the project. Awarding the project will preserve and extend the useful life of approximately 8.44 lane miles of city streets, improve the roadway conditions for traveling public, reduce future maintenance costs, and protect the city's investment in its transportation infrastructure. Recommendation is that the City Council award the pavement preservation project to VSS International in the amount of $989,120, authorize a 10% construction contingency, authorize an additional 10% for construction management, construction surveying, quality assurance, materials testing, and inspection services, appropriate an additional $86,944 in Measure R local funds to fully fund the project, and authorize the manager or designee to execute the construction contract and any non-substantive documents necessary to implement the project. Alternatively, if the City Council determines that the bid exceeds an acceptable threshold, reject all bids and direct staff to re-advertise the project.
Okay, thank you, Director Dignam. And City Clerk, thank you for putting up the roads that'll be directly impacted by this project. The reason why it's on Schedule Matters is because it was over budget, right? And so, or else this would be a consent calendar item. So this is a discretion decision for the council, and I'm just going to go ahead and lead on it, not just because the majority of these projects are in my district, but these are heavily trafficked roads. We have Henderson, Lime Street, we have North Grand, most of North Grand, and then Orange Avenue, Date, and these are roads that were constructed in the past, right? They weren't part of our self-performed street maintenance. These were actual roads that were constructed down to the base and built back up.
For historical context, I'd have to defer to the project manager, Sarah.
I love it.
Gentlemen, I know you miss me.
Of course.
Yes, that's correct. They were. Like North Grand was approximately 14 years ago. So the timing for this type of work is right on the money.
Well, and even I think of Henderson, I remember how long that piece of road took to build. It felt like forever. And we want to preserve the life of these roads, right? And so I know that this is $90,000 over what the engineering estimate was, but I support this project. I don't think it's wise to go back out to bid. I think it's wise to go forward and complete these tasks. Thank you for
Well, and I'll just
answering.
share too that, we're spending less than 5% of what a reconstruction would cost on all of these sections.
Yeah.
And essentially they will add 20 to 25% to the life of the road on top of the normal 20 to 25-year life expectancy. So that's our goal in doing these types of projects because they are less invasive ways of preserving that pavement.
And I appreciate you bringing it forward. Thank you for that information. So my motion would be to go forward with the project, award the project. And I'll open the floor for any comments.
My only question was, it didn't specify what type of treatments, and I would imagine maybe they're all going to be different, or they're going to be kind of consistent treatments. It didn't specify what type of preservation was going to be done. That was all.
Right, so the majority of the areas are receiving a type 2 slurry seal, which is an eighth to quarter inch sealant over the top of it, kind of to refresh the oils inside to help keep those bonds healthy, essentially, because streets dry out. That's why they fall apart. The most invasive section will be on West North Grand, east of the highway, because that will get a deep grind, new asphalt put in, and then a slurry seal put on top, because that helps soak in and help that new layer adhere to the section below it, essentially. The Henderson one, because it's a newer road, it's getting a different type of treatment. It's the only one that's really different. It's called a reclamite spray, and it's a spray to the top of it, and it soaks in, and again, it helps balance out the systems inside, because it's a chemical thing, to help rejuvenate those without doing a very invasive type topical treatment, so.
Great question. Thank you. Okay, if there's no other comments, we have a motion on the table.
Well, I had a comment, but I'm not going to ask her to come back up there. I'm just go ahead and let's go for the vote.
Is that a second?
That's a second, yes.
Okay.
Second at first.
We have a first and a second.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a third.
Fourth.
Is there any other comments?
No. No, well,
Okay.
I believe that this will extend the roadway lifespan in the general. It avoids significant higher reconstruction costs. And I believe it will improve public safety, it will enhance driving conditions and protect taxpayer investments. And it also demonstrates commitment of infrastructure by just getting the job done. So let's just.
I love it.
Let's do it.
Those are handwritten notes there. Good stuff. Okay, let's call for the vote, City Clerk. Passes 5-0. All right, let's move on to, and congratulations, Fernando, we made it through the night.
Let's go home.
Yes, okay, so with that, we'll move on to 1234 reports. This is a time for 1234 reports required pursuant to Code And there's only one. It is the Downtown Porterville Committee.
Which, there's no report. It was canceled.
Okay.
So that's over.
All right, we'll open up for.
Let's go.
Well, we still got oral communication. If you'd like to address the council of anything, please come forward at this time. You'll be limited to 3 minutes.
Brock Neely, address on record. As we were sitting here, I had an alert come up on my phone that Representative Thomas Massey is sponsoring and authoring a bill that will withhold federal funding from any agency or police department that implements flock cameras. The other thing is, if you want a nice dinner on the first Friday of every month, call 784-1342. That's the Porterville Elks Lodge. For $25, you can get a full steak dinner or a full salmon dinner. Cheapest you're going to find in town.
What time?
6:30. And it comes with salad and everything.
It works.
And the bar will be open.
Thank you.
Beat that with a stick.
Imran Saleh, address on record. I would like to address the one more time the historical markers that were proposed to be around town, and involving the Washington Monument, as well as the involvement of transit. I would like to also address the involvement the politics, or whatever the terminology is. I'd also like to address I think there's this, and this is just, hopefully this is just more than just me. I feel like when it comes to Porterville, there's not much to do. And I feel like that's any city in the valley. And I think that we could involve, or could have more forms of entertainment, more than just having nonprofit organizations hold events in downtown Porterville or at Veterans Park. I think we should probably invest, but probably entertain the idea of another park, or refurbishing or possibly refurbishing the playgrounds at our current parks. I feel like they're very run down and old, and they're not. And I feel like while the new one at Veterans Park is fine and dandy, I feel like there's not much of it. I feel like the other one that's on the corner of Prospect and Henderson is not really doing too well. Another thing I wanted to bring up was the transit, as well as I feel like that when it comes to transit, you mentioned that not enough people are using it, and it could be concerning. I think to amend that, I feel like there's something that I've noticed when I've taken the bus. The drivers do tend to take long pauses at certain stops, like after, like they'll have like we'll just sit there for like maybe 2 minutes, and we don't move until after those 2 minutes. And I feel like, I don't know, I feel like that could be an inconvenience that I've noticed a lot, as well as, and for example, the transport. I feel like $5 is kind of, compared to the right to Tulare County, they charge $4 on the app, and it's like, what's the deal with that and all that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saleh.
Hey guys, it's me, Alexis, again. I still live here in Porterville. I just wanted to touch on the Chamber's Junior CEO Business Showcase. If you guys didn't get a chance to go out, that was really awesome. I mean, you got a 5th grader out there trying to sell her own products and start up her own little business. It was really cool. I know you guys are tired of hearing about flock, but it is such a big issue, and you don't see change by being quiet, so I'm sure people will still talk about it. In fact, I'm going to let you know that they are in contract with Amazon, who are the owners of Ring, so that's a little suspicious. Also, if we could get a list of where they are in town. I know it's conspiratorial, but I mean, everything is, right? If we could get a list of where they are in town. I've only seen two. There's one at what I call Porter's Corner, where the Habit is, and then there's one pointed down the east side, which is not city jurisdiction, so that's questionable. There should be definitely a conversation put about the contract, just for public information, I think would be, just for public information, for public knowledge. I did miss most of the Oasis discussion. I will go back and listen to it, but I just want to ask if the amounts were given for their new contract. Ultimately, I think it's a great pivot. I love Oasis. They're a wonderful local business. Also, for number 19, can you explain why it's not part of the street overlay program if it's only to preserve and extend the life of the pavement? Public Works just talked about how our street maintenance division does that. So I'm just kind of confused about why we're contracting upwards of $1 million to somebody if our city already is doing that. Lastly, the pool remains a highlight of my summer and my son's. I mean, for $3, we get in there every day, and he has basically taught himself how to swim under the watchful eyes of the lifeguards, which the city did a wonderful job of hiring this year. This is the last week open for week swim, which makes me sad, but I get it. I'm also curious if they still do a dog swim day at the very end, and that leads me to my last point is the city, or I should say the chamber, is hosting a dog parade in October, and it's 1 dog per household, so everyone bring your dogs out because my son will be there and we want to see your pets. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Kyla Franco. I just wanted to address some of the comments that were made earlier. One of them being with public records, saying that the records should be accessible to the public and we shouldn't have to jump through hoops for something that should be available on hand. Another one was Mayor comment about the phones tracking us and saying like the flocks track us, but so do our phones. My phone never falsely accused me of anything. My phone never pulled me over. And I think that was kind of the point that he was trying to make. We have control of turning off our phones. We don't have control of flock following us or all of that. And I also want to just kind of clarify on my previous comment about why I addressed it, and just mostly just to bring awareness, and those do follow the concerns of flock being misused. And I think that's what everybody's trying to address, that it's being misused a lot. And I think I've clarified everything I wanted to say, so thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jacob Walker. I only had a few minutes to jot this down, so you gotta bear with me. I haven't really proofread it. As far as a few bad apples goes, Rivas, I get that argument. Raider made it as well. It's 22 officers found guilty of misuse out of 700,000. It's not a very good statistic on paper. He also agreed with me that there's probably more than that just haven't been caught yet.
Right.
And we'd like to think that that wouldn't happen with our officers. They're great, and shouts out to all of them that do good. But in my conversation with Raider after the last meeting, he revealed to me that while he was captain at the sheriff's office, and this is quoting him now, we had some deputies that weren't intentionally doing wrong. They thought they were doing right, but they were doing it in the wrong way, and we had to educate them. So that's why years ago we implemented that, no, you have to put in a case number. That way you can't follow a girlfriend or whatever. What implement means in regard to policy or expectation, well, I question what implement means. He told me it was policy, and then he said it was his expectation, so I'd like to see whether there's a policy or whether it's just an expectation, because I feel like those are two different things. And I'm not sure if you saw that when you were looking in there, that's why I'm kind of just asking that. Let's see, I'll skip down. And then as for the California law, I saw that they did have that, and the Attorney General actually sued El Cajon for sharing data, violating the state law. And So that's good. I'm glad that he sued them for that. Mountain View, but that shows that they were able to do it, even though they were violating the law, and they still did do it. Mountain View Police Department, they allege that Flock, not the apartment, turned on the ability for out-of-state law enforcement agencies to view the ALPR data from the department's cameras. So that's another ongoing thing. These aren't, confirmed yet. I saw another one. I thought it was Mountain View. Maybe it wasn't, but an official or on behalf of ICE looked up the information, someone on the local thing. So ICE asked them to look something up, and they were able to look something up, and I think they called this side doorways or something. And then again on phones, the Supreme Court ruled, I've mentioned this a couple times before, the cell site location data is protected under the Fourth Amendment. Do I think the government listens to that? Probably not. In most cases, but the ruling is in place to be used by a defendant to win their case if their cell site location data is unfairly searched for and seized. Phones have been addressed. More work is to be done with them. It's always ongoing, but the talk of these cameras has to do with the cameras, not our phones. And I think she made a good point about my camera doesn't pull me over and my camera doesn't falsely accuse me of things. And that's it, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Karen Anderson, I just wanted to clarify something. Maybe I misunderstood. I thought one of the previous speakers had mentioned that there were no volunteers at the Navigation Center, or that there was one. I'll speak for myself. I volunteer. Other members of PCAN volunteer regularly there. There are people from other organizations and churches that volunteer there. So I don't know how this person said there was only one person. Normally, it's every 2 weeks that we're there from, I usually show up from 8 till 11, volunteer there. My understanding is it's been canceled for tomorrow because of the extreme heat. So 2 weeks from tomorrow, a lot of us will be there to volunteer our time and our services. So I just wanted to clarify that the Navigation Center is functioning. We have a lot of people show up. We have a lot of people that we help out. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Greg Shelton, 88 North Williford Drive. I always, I understand how the politics work, where one side always has to run down the other side, no matter how good their idea is. And that's what I feel like with this realignment that we've discussed about code enforcement. And I need to clarify, I wasn't a fan of code enforcement. As a matter of fact, I lobbied against it until it got instated. And the first time I had a problem with a neighbor and I had to call code enforcement. And Clayton certainly reminded me that I wasn't a fan of it when it went in there. I think we've reached a point now where we reached a balance, in terms of not being abusing it, but trying to get our town in compliance, and that's always what we wanted anyway. It was never about being punitive or trying to score points. So I think this realignment is good. I think that it's really good when we finish up the redo of the development ordinance and all of our municipal code. I think when we take a lot of things out, there'll be less for code enforcement to do. Stuff that, like as Mr. McCurry, should have not been in there anyway. And the second thing that bothers me is twice tonight I've heard what I term anti-Semitic remarks, which I didn't think I'd ever hear in my town. And that bothers me, that's kind of creeping in the zeitgeist. And I hope that we don't go down that path, Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton.
Thomas Delay, address on file. Great job on the Oasis. I'm really happy that we were able to figure that out and get that to local. I really appreciate you guys' leadership and supporting local business, so I want to recognize that. On regard to privatization, I just want to be on the record, I'm against privatization. Coming to this meeting, I haven't heard a good argument for it yet, so I don't know if that's dead. A suggestion would be to, sometimes when there's no communication, you leave people in fear and suspense, so if there's an opportunity for the council at some point soon, or the city, to provide an update if that's still going, how that's going, and what the plan is, because I think these people, these families deserve to know to certainty what their job prospects are. It doesn't feel good to be left in suspense. We talk a lot about customer service, and I made a really good suggestion with my 25 years of customer service. Please don't make people wrong. And it's really important because I've spoken to my staff about this recently, because I have people that come into my store and things don't work out, people get heated. But as a customer service advocate, it's my job not to make people wrong, and it's our job at our stores not to make people wrong. We're there to serve them and see them where they're at and understand what they need. And sometimes that requires us to look below the comments. And so there's a lot of people coming here about flock. And I don't think it's productive to make them wrong. So please, please, please take the opportunity to meet these people, to hear what they're saying, because we're the customers in this situation, right? The elected, the voters are the customers, and I'd hate for this to become an election issue. So let's figure this out before that. I'm sad to hear that the downtown committee went away. I really am. There was a lot of great, is it not gone? Okay, good. I'm glad it's not gone. I'm glad it's not gone. I'm excited for the collaboration between the city and the chamber. I want to personally thank Mr. Mayor Meister for heading that. I really appreciate you in the for pivoting, and I'm excited for what that's going to bring. So thank you, sir, for your leadership on that. My brother, David Horowitz, man, what can I say about David Horowitz and my father? If the peace process could be solved, they would solve it themselves. And that says a lot about our community in Porterville. So I don't believe this community is racist. There are some small issues, some people that are hurt and don't know how to express that hurt, and it comes out in ways that aren't productive. But if we can all come together, we are one Porterville. And somebody said sides. There are no sides. There's only one side, and it's the Porterville side, right? So maybe another word to use instead of sides is different perspectives. We come here, we debate, we talk about things, we share different perspectives, but we all want the same thing. We all live in Porterville. We want a great community. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, gentlemen. Thank you for professional candor, and I really appreciate the work you put in here. I know people might not agree with everything you say, but we're all on the same side. Have a good night, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Good evening, Jean Valfia's Information on Record. I have a question for you. To be transparent, how much money have you saved with all the different changes in codes, changes in moving departments around? Have you saved? How many people have lost their jobs from Porterville due to all these changes? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead, City Clerk.
Yes, Your Honor, we do have one person with their hand raised. Give me 1 second, I'll bring him in. Hello, you have 3 minutes to talk, starting now.
Josie Reese, Porterville resident. We are all learning this Zoom method, which many will love. As a mother myself, it is hard for me to make it to certain city meetings, also for those with a disability, so this option is wonderful. I do want to say sorry for earlier. I thought the button that is used online is only for oral communications, but I guess I was wrong. So when I seen that I was unmuted, I started my comment rather than mentioning it was for open oral communications only. But here is what I wanted to say. City Mayor, I agree with you regarding Oasis, creating the local jobs, local services. I hope the same view is taken regarding privatization for the refuse service here in Porterville. I hope you all councilmen keep it local, keep local city jobs, and keep fees in-house for us, the residents, the voters, the taxpayers. I cannot imagine what each and every single employee of this department is going through on a daily, feeling the insecurity of not having a job tomorrow. Now, that happens with any kind of job, but we are City of Porterville. We say that we stand by our residents. We say that we stand by that seal that says City of Porterville. I hope that we could also stand by these employees. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is that it?
That is all, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, well, we're moving on to other matters. Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments?
I'll try and make it quick. Talking about the heat, can we, Mr. Moore, can you state on the when the water pads are open at Fallen Heroes Park, just as a reminder of when to go down there and use that?
They're daily right now, 3 to 5 p.m.
3 to 5 p.m.?
And just tonight, probably while you were en route down here, we did send something out, I believe social media, so people will be able
A
to
reminder?
be reminded. Yeah.
All right. I would love to see that maybe open up early in the day, like 2 sessions when it's 105 or more, but I know we're trying to conserve water, but we're just the limited resources. We could talk about it later, but just thank you for getting that out there on social media. Normally, we would have National Night Out tonight. A lot of other communities are doing it. Because of the excess of heat, this is going to get pushed out until October 1st. And so we're not forgetting about it. It's just going to come back at a better time and just a better environment overall with the heat. The Link Committee, that's the committee that works with the homelessness. It was spoken earlier, tomorrow would have normally been one of these events. We do them every other Wednesday where people come and seek services. But unfortunately, because of the heat, we cancel it when it's excessive because a lot of these people are coming, they're walking. But the gentleman spoke earlier about there being a pop-up tent and one person there, and this is part of Kingsview effort to, their normal, I guess, operation is to serve the people that are staying there at the shelter, but they do offer food and beverage to people who are coming by looking for a meal. And so it is very limited services, but it is something. And so tomorrow we're having our regular Link meeting across the street in the Thurman building at 3 p.m. If anybody wants to come and volunteer and see the different services that are there or how they can get connected with the committee to see if there's something they can help out. We have a lot of different things that we need. Volunteers is a huge part of that. Just all the different stations need people there to help. So it kind of explained a bit of that. The thing on the business license and code enforcement, we trust the process. Director Dingham, thank you. Hearing the history of where you started with the city and where you are now, congratulations on that. I had a little bit more reservation on the business license side of it, but this isn't something that we can't undo. We trust the process. We'll see how this works. I want to trust in that our staff, we're trying to make the right adjustments to help overall the service that the community gets. And if there's some things that we didn't foresee, then it'll come back again. So I don't want people to think just because we are adjusting something that we can undo something or adapt. And so although I had my reservations, I'm supportive and believe in our staff that can fulfill that duty. The last thing, I saw 2 different videos. One, some of you I'm sure know more about is the incident in Idaho at the In-N-Out with that. I mean, that's too common of a thing that happens in our society. But one I saw earlier today was in Bakersfield. It was a bunch of youth that were causing a problem at the Bakersfield Library. And the reason, these are 2 extreme examples of things that happen in our community or in society. And regardless of what the answer is, it's try to be the light in your community, in your neighborhood, in your family, in your wherever your circle is. Just get involved in the community, whether it's youth, retired people, if you have a family, you don't have a family, single, whatever it is, find a connection. It doesn't have to be through a church or through a volunteer service. Maybe it's youth. We saw youth teams here. The coaches that volunteer their time. Some people don't even have children on the team, but they just want to pour into the youth. So regardless of the extreme examples of stuff that we see in the world, we can criticize it, we can complain about it, but just get involved. And I love this chamber. When I first came into council was very sparse, and I know that was coming out of COVID. But the more engagement that we see, I see especially the young people getting engaged. We may not agree, but I love the participation, so just keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Councilman Green, do you have any comments?
Yeah, hey, I kind of like to thank Robert. I texted him, did you get my text about those boys? That was a great bunch of guys. And what's amazing is when you walk out, because I was gone when they first got there, and I got home and they were out. I had a leak in the Christie box on the city side of the meter, so I had to call Robert. They came out and pulled it all out, and we're fixing, I'm walking out and talking to those guys. It's amazing how young these guys are. You know, I'm going like, well, what are you, like 25? Yeah. And he goes, well, and the Chris, the crew boss, the supervisor, he's only 30. I'm going like, boy, where does time go? But anyway, I took them out some water, cold water, and they appreciate it. They're a great bunch of guys. And I just want to say that at this period in time, as hot as it is, even people working inside, people should stay hydrated, because even inside, you need to stay hydrated. Because you know it's going to be hot when you see jackrabbits carrying canteens right now. So stay hydrated, everybody, would you?
Man, you have the best one-liners. Never heard that one. Councilman Rivas, go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. I just want to say thank you for this report, this agenda report. It streamlines a lot. But I found what I wanted to say on item 13. I was looking over this portfolio summary of the finances. I mean, you guys did an outstanding job on the safety portfolio with diversity among permitted investments types. I mean, the liquidity, 30.1% of the portfolio. I mean, you guys really know what you're doing, it seems like. The yield portfolio currently earns a weight average of return of 3.548% with a, I just wanted to congratulate you guys on that, you know, and it takes good leadership, Mr. Tree, and I appreciate you taking that role with your Mr. Moore also, and the people you put together. Because, you know, to me, this investment portfolio remains financially sound, and the way you put it, and the way it's drawn up. So, you know, with the balanced approach, I mean, I'm just reading what you guys, and it's spot on, and it protects public funds. You know, I know some people were concerned about where the money is going, but, I mean, this is going to be a return investment. And you know, it's really outstanding what you've done in your leadership, and, you know, because it maintains sufficient liquidity. How do you pronounce that word? Liquidity, I guess. I'm sorry?
Liquidity.
Liquidity, thank you. You know, and so I just want to say, you know, it demonstrates responsible cash management. It tracks investment performance. But, you know, in all, I mean, great job, Mr. Tree, in pulling the city and your personnel together, because Porterville is number first. So thank you very much, sir. And plus, also I echo with the sentiments of Mr. Green and Mr. Beltran with stay hydrated, and the kids will be going to school soon, to be careful on the crosswalks. With that, Mayor, I'm done.
Thank you, Councilman Rivas. Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Yeah, just a couple of things. Thank you, Karen, for coming up and correcting the record on the volunteers. It's important that we get that straight. Appreciate all the volunteerism that you guys do out there. It's really helps the community a lot. Thank you for encouraging others to do that. I think the reason that we're spending this money and it's not in-house on the roads is because the treatments, we don't do the treatments that are required for this rehabilitation and
That
prevention.
Energizer doing 31 lane miles.
Well, they're busy, right?
Yeah. There's only so many hours in the day.
Yes, very good. And then I just want to make a statement, plain statement to Mr. Walker, and this is capital policy. I went and looked at this stuff. There's a policy in place, and the policy that's in place has strict controls and audits. And so I want you to know that with confidence and conviction, what you stated was right. If there is one, there is one, and I've looked at it personally, and it's strict controls and audits. And so I have confidence coming out here and responding, and I know there's some issues, and we'll talk about those issues. Benjamin Franklin was right. I believe it. But I also want to make this plain statement, too. Our Supreme Court has made three cases this year on this subject and don't violate the Fourth Amendment. So let's make sure we get those facts right. We'll put more information out. We already put some information out. Appreciate the engagement on that. We want to listen to you. We want you to have confidence and restore the trust. Everybody lost their trust in government in COVID.
Yeah.
We got to restore it. We got to build it back. We're not ignoring you. We're listening, but we want to be precise, and we don't want this to be a bigger issue than it is, because it can get out of hand. But thank you all for your comments. I have a story I want to tell.
Story hour?
About 4 years ago, I did a public records request, and it was too broad. And I kept coming back to the city, and I was like, well, how come I can't get this information? And they said, well, you know, you're shutting the whole government down because you asked for so much information that we can't compile it. And it's taken us a long time. And so instead of going nuts about it, I came down here and I sat down with the city manager, and I had a meeting with them, and I said, here's what I'm looking for, and I worked it out. And it was an easy fix. It wasn't just narrow the search and simplify the search. It was also, if you come down here and sit down with people, they'll give you the information. And now there's a spurt, and I'm not going to point fingers, but there's a whole bunch of people. We've got the most public records requests in the history of our city in the last month. Hundreds of them. And if you're worried about money, and you got people, and it's just a few people that are angry, giving public records requests, but they don't want to sit down with people and get the information, and they're causing hundreds of hours in our city of wasted time, because the information is there, just come and get it, or narrow your search. This is important, and I understand the sentiment, because there were some things I didn't trust, and I wanted to get information, but you can't go crazy with this. I had one, and it was causing issues, but you send in 150 of them in a month? From 2 or 3 people? That's insane.
That's crazy.
So I wanted to just say, personal experience, the information's there, sit down with the staff, send an email, ask a question. I've often said I would talk to any of you anytime you want, and I haven't had a chance to talk to some of you that are the same people that are asking for all this information. So playing the gotcha game is not healthy or unifying. We are an open book, and we hear a lot of stuff about transparency, but we have to prove it. We got to earn it. We got to get your trust back. And we understand that conversation. I'll speak for the whole council here. We do have to earn that trust back that was lost, and I don't trust government either. So I understand. But I just wanted to make that statement. You can hear it directly from me. Call me anytime. You got my card. My number's out there. Send me an email. We'll talk it out. If there's something you want to know, I'll do my best of my ability. I'll get you that information. That's what I want to say, Mayor.
I love it, Vice Mayor. You nailed it. I don't even need to cover some of these topics. I think you nailed it on the flock. And then also the public records request. They're fishing for something that isn't there, right? And very broad ask instead of narrowing it down to the detail. And that'll help streamline as well. But you're fishing for something that isn't there, and that's and at the same time, I would love to know the number of how many we've actually answered, because you see it all over the internet, and so it's not like staff isn't answering these free FOIAs or public records requests. But thank you for making those points. I want to talk to Rocio Reese. And her talking about refuse and the direction the city of Porterville is in. You know, I personally care deeply about local control. It is crucial in how we do business in the city of Porterville. And I was one of the lead catalysts in fighting to get our transit back under local control. We used to hire that out. And so now that is back under the jurisdiction of the city of Porterville. And we actually sued TCRTA for $3 million that came back to the city in my first year as an elected, because I believe in local control. I want to continue that. There are definitely issues with state laws that are putting the city in difficult position, but I think that there's ways that city staff is thinking outside the box to keep that local control. I don't have a time frame on when that'll come, but as the mayor, as an elected, and speaking to you, I'm going to do everything I can to fight for local control. So I just want to put that on record. while still expecting customer service from our city employees. And that's on all levels, not just the refuse department. And then finally, I want to highlight an agenda item number 4, the pedestrian crossings with rapid flashing beacons project in the city of Porterville. Really love these projects. There's some great ones, but the one that I've been fighting for, and Ms. Weaver's back there shaking her head yes, because she knows I'm going to talk about, is the Prospect Street at Castle Avenue at Sequoia. I have had a lot of constituents reach out to me on this because a lot of people speed down Prospect there. There's no stop signs. And so they're asking for something, some kind of crossing, because there's sidewalk on one side of the road. And so I am thankful to see this going forward and going out to contract it out. Tonight we voted on it. And so we'll be seeing that flashing beacon. And I know we're doing some improvements, putting some ADA access in that area as well. So really excited to see that coming forward. And these will be great additions in front of schools throughout our city. So with that, City Manager, take us home.
Thank you, Mayor. Vice Mayor, I have a story as well. It's slightly different. A couple months ago, I was invited by my wife's uncle to attend a church event that she grew up in, and her uncle had invited my sons and myself to attend, and it was a really good event. It was good to be around this group of men and to hear a message and really try to inspire us all. And at the event, there was a bracelet, and I often wear it. It says, "Anything is possible." And sometimes I get a little flack from the staff, like, what does that exactly mean? But tonight, it was amazing. We had 2 new directors. This is their first night with the city council meeting, and they did an outstanding job. And I think with the change, with some of the change that's happened, it's also brought opportunity for individuals, and really anything is possible. Robert did a fantastic job of giving a presentation on his department, and I really liked as well the street division. The whole team showed up to recognize one of their coworkers for being recognized, and then we have Dave, who probably has done 0 public speaking in his career, but he gets up there and he does it. He did a fantastic job. He's going to improve as he gets more comfortable, and anything is possible. We have new directors in place. They're doing a fantastic job. I want to recognize the good work that they're doing. I really appreciate it. We got the chief in the back room. Thank you, Chief Cogburn, for leading an outstanding fire department, and Captain Azevedo, a long-time employee of the city. Thank you for coming and being present here tonight. I also want to thank Deputy Moore for being in charge, where I was able to take a vacation. He did a fantastic job. Although I actually was able to turn my phone off and just be present. I spent time with my wife. So I appreciate all the staff that they're doing. I also just simply want to say thank you to 2 groups. One, the public. Thank you for coming and being engaged in the council meetings. But also thank you for coming and talking to me and staff. I've had some really good experiences with individuals that are in our community that simply want to help, and they come and ask some questions, and we work through maybe a situation, but they also bring some solutions, and I appreciate that. I think many of the individuals that come here, they may not say much, but they're engaging in their own way. I appreciate the community's involvement too, because at the end of the day, staff and the public, the council, we just want to improve our community. So thank you. And then simply thank you to all of our staff. Every day they come to work with one common purpose, and that's really to serve the city of Porterville. A lot of the things that they do never makes it to the newspaper. It goes unnoticed. but their dedication every day to keep our streets maintained, our water flowing, Councilman Green, our parks clean, Amy doing a fantastic job, our public safety services, they continue to operate out there, and they're doing an outstanding job. Permits are being processed, projects are moving forward. And also, over the last couple weeks, I had an opportunity just to wander and interact with staff, and I've really been seeing some miraculous things, and I just want to share it with the council and the community that the employees have really been stepping up in remarkable ways. I've seen a retired annuitant to come back to the city of Porterville and is working and training some of our new employees and transferring that knowledge and helping that person grow in their position. It was really good to see. I've also seen staff step up for their coworkers so that they could take a vacation, and they were taking on additional responsibilities. You know, a lot of comments have been regarding the public information requests, and that's a good thing. And staff is stepping up to address that and respond to some of these complex requests. But we haven't given up. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer. We can improve on our communication, and we will. We'll always be honest, right? When we're lacking, we'll be honest and say, yeah, we got to improve, and we will do that. Thank you for the council for recognizing the staff tonight, as well as some of the youth programs. I remember I looked over at Taha, and we had 11-year-olds, and I don't know if Taha is still here, but our 11-year-olds went to the state. Just good memories. So there you go, Taha. I brought him out. Nice. Yeah, the 11-year-old state tournament. I think we did win one game, but it was tough. Yeah, one game. You know, 4 years ago, I was working for the school district. I was washing school buses and enjoying that new experience. And I came back to the city because there was meaningful work to be done. And I think all of our employees, why they come to work for the city is because they find it meaningful and they want to be part of it. But I think every employee for the city, they also say it's not easy. It's difficult, either working outside in the heat or working with the public. It is very difficult, but I appreciate all of their efforts, and I just want to end with simply thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tree.
Hey, city manager, while you were gone, I know what a wonderful job Donnie did while you were out of the office. But you know, to keep him in the office, I had to have Lori keep the cookie bowl full. Or else we'd lose him real fast.
I second that motion for sure.
All right. Thank you for those comments, City Manager. You are growing in your leadership, and it's really great to see. So with